so far has been somewhat wholesome in Philly.
Okay.
Like the person in the other country held up a sign that said "Go Birds," and everyone really loved that.
Of course, the people in Philly, they're very easy to please.
We need to somehow get word to Trump that these portals are actually able to be used by migrants.
They're called portals.
And they're putting them in Democrat-run cities across the United States. And migrants are coming in, and just like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly, they're walking into the portals with weapons we've never heard of, and they are coming out completely mangled and in different new weapons.
So yeah, New York's Times Square, it's full of people armed with all sorts of weapons, machetes, maybe a mace on a chain.
Yeah,
some of them are dressed like Elmo. It's very strange.
If you walk in with a chain and a machete into the portal, it comes out as a chain-wrapped machete.
Yeah, terrifying. And he goes on to claim that the United States is now an occupied country and that when he wins, Election Day will now be known as Liberation Day. He also, at the same rally, straight up said that journalists are the enemy of the people. Cool. Definitely not beating the fascist accusations with any of these statements, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
Here you go.
The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. We're not going to have this. November 5th, 2024 will be called Liberation Day in America. We're going to be liberated. And until we get a fair and free press in this country, they're just bad people. They're the enemy of the people. They are. They're the enemy of the... I've been asked not to say it. I don't want to say it. They're the enemy of the people. And someday they're not going to be the enemy of the people, I hope.
Next is Nancy Mace, who was on the receiving end...
Speaking of Mace...
who was on the receiving end of an absolutely brutal but all too common community note after taking credit for an infrastructure bill that she voted against. There are public records. This is done publicly in broad daylight. You voted against this.
Not me, but Congress, which I'm a part of.
Yeah. So that didn't stop her from doing a victory lap regarding the $200 million in funds that are being sent to her district in order to improve and expand their roads. So in her post, she said, "We hate traffic just as much as you do. We helped secure $195 million, the largest grant in South Carolina's history from the U.S. Department of Transportation, to kick off the Long Point Road Interchange project. Except, no, you didn't help secure shit. You literally voted against the project that provided these funds. As the note, as well as public records, points out, this project was supported by the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Public Law 11758, which Representative Nancy Mace voted against. In fact, as we've pointed out previously, 0 Democrats voted against this infrastructure bill and 205 Republicans voted against it. But obviously, that's not going to stop them from taking credit for it, and they clearly have no shame in doing so.
Listen, I might have voted against it, but that doesn't mean I didn't think that it was a cool bill.
That would be the excuse, is that I knew it was going to pass, but I voted against it anyway to let everyone know that I wasn't just a big fan of socialism, which I hate, but also I like the money. Because it improves the roads, which is not socialism somehow.
It's not socialism when it improves my roads.
Yes. It only is.
And I get to take credit for it.
Yes. Insane.
Speaking of conservatives not only attempting to defund vital services, but actually convincing their supporters to attack certain agencies with baseless conspiracy theories, things got so bad during the 2 most recent hurricanes that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, actually put out a statement clarifying that no one can control the weather or steer hurricanes into parts of the country they don't like. Which is an insane thing to have to come out and say publicly, but that's where we are. In their multi-part response to recent conspiracies, the NOAA pointed out the following, among other things. No technology exists that can create, destroy, modify, strengthen, or steer hurricanes in any way, shape, or form. All hurricanes, including Helene and Milton, are natural phenomena that form on their own due to aligning conditions of the ocean and atmosphere. And that's, you know, they've explained it there, but like really, like, the more you explain it, the more absurd it is, because like the sheer fucking scale of what has to, like the conditions that have to come into play to make a hurricane happen.
Hostiles gone. Throwing flash.
the lead.
Sending flashbang.
Watch your fire!
Enemy scout post detected.
Okay.
Back on. That's a kill. Clear. Sniper is down. Single shooter. What the hell is your problem?
Friendly, friendly! Target appears hostile.
Enemy resupply disrupted. Throwing flash. Throwing Semtex.
Enemy RCXD detected. Enemy dodge.
Sniper's dead. You can come out now. Sending flashbang. Clear. Sniper is down. Spring mine spotted.
Look out that traitor! I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you. That appreciate it.
Flashbang out.
Dang it. Woo! Whoa! That was sick. Y'all see that? Oh. Seriously. Cat, I don't know if you. Boom! Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Enemy resupply.
It scared me. Sorry, King. I need to stim something fierce. That would
Guess
kill.
that makes us even.
Give me up.
Throwing
Yeah.
flash.
Friendly?
Flashbang out.
Good lord. Let's go.
MTT
house
taken
running.
dry. Get serious, Crimson.
Alright, Crimson, let's do this.
Eyes on
Oh,
enemy.
get wrecked, baby. Oh, I finished me. I got 2. Got more than that. Oh, sorry, friend. Sorry, friend. Friendly.
Clear. Sniper is down.
Yeah. Whoa.
Got their long gun.
Sheesh. Oh, sorry, friendly. Oh, you scared me.
They never stood a chance. Proceed to extract.
God damn right.
The power within one hurricane is so astronomical that it defies any explanation that you'd be able to control.
Oh, you will just like turn up the burner on the fucking Caribbean Sea. How much water could that be?
I mean, they've technically been doing that, but over a very long period of time.
Right.
And not the people that you think are turning up the heat.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, and no, that's not real.
So that's
I
fake.
think I know what you're about to say, and can't fool me. It still snows at Christmas. So
Take that. Checkmate, libs. But also in regards to claims that Doppler radar was somehow responsible for controlling the
Awesome
storms.
game, y'all.
Radars are tools for observation and are not able to direct the
Very
motion or
fun.
intensity of
No,
air
thank
mass
you
before storms.
for the fun.
Next-rad Doppler radars detect precipitation and the motion of the precipitation particles. The radar can determine an object's location, shape, intensity, and movement relative to the radar, but cannot alter or move those objects in any way. Next-rad radars have been an essential weather forecasting tool since the 1990s, and weather radars in general have been in use in the United States since the 1950s.
I don't think so, Noah, because guess what? Why is it that every time a cop points their radar gun at my car goes faster than the speed limit?
Even though I swear to the opposite. that
I drive really safe and correctly, but whenever they point that radar at my car, mysteriously, I'm going 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yep.
Not me, the radar.
It is, I mean, it's frustrating and sad that the NOAA is putting out statements that sound like someone who's doing like a guest appearance at a kindergarten to be like, can I explain to you what radar is?
Can you control the weather? How do I make a hurricane?
Anyways, they even reference claims that somehow solar geoengineering was to blame, saying
Which is what?
Solar geoengineering, a theoretical practice which would modify the atmosphere to shade Earth's surface by reflecting sunlight back into space, is not taking place at scale anywhere in the world. Geoengineering did not impact.
Okay. Buddha. Can I play this map? This reminds me of
Domination. Work quick and clean. No witnesses.
WMD.
Taking A.
Shit.
Losing B. Clearing out. Captured.
Hell, check that aim! Shot for brains!
Level 30.
Securing B. Losing Bravo. We lost B.
Oh.
Watch it! Sniper!
That'd be. Oh, I already love this game. I basically got it set up with all the
Confirmed.
like the
Securing
special
B.
stuff. Like I never have to push down my phone stick unless I'm meleeing.
We're losing Alpha.
That's when I break out the melee. That's the only time I gotta hit the stick. But running, never. And it's nice.
Secured.
It is super nice. I
Taking
don't gotta
C.
tap to sprint, attack, sprint, nothing. After my sprint doesn't stop, after a slide, it's going. This is the smoothest. Dude, this is buttery. It's the most buttery Call of Duty I've ever played.
Securing Zone A.
This like
Pages
a,
up.
Securing Charlie.
it's 4. It's a regular launcher or something?
Locking down Charlie. Charlie secured.
Okay.
Bravo lost.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's lame that I didn't check this shit out. Shoo. Yeah. That was awesome. That was sick. Not gonna lie.
Controlling Bravo.
If you have something to say, you best say it.
Shit.
Taking Bravo underway.
See you again.
Securing B.
So close. My straight.
Controlling Bravo.
Watchdog Helo fueled and standing by.
Yes.
Bravo is on.
Whoa.
Losing B. Hostile scout pulse in
Drone
your AO.
requesting watchdog helo above.
Oh, I forgot about this. It's fun, man. This game's awesome. Good balls. Thank you for being awesome. Black Ops 6.
Taking A.
Eric with another home run. Is that my guy? Get shit on,
Area.
bro.
Watch my back.
Losing Bravo. Losing A.
Watchdog Helo fuel reserves at 50%.
We're gonna catch up. We are gonna catch up. Buttercup. Oh!
They're taking C.
I don't have to. It's so nice, dude. Oh, this is slippery smoothie. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. No tapping. Hate tap. I hate tapping the thumbstick to do
Losing
anything.
B.
It seems dumb. Just forward should be running.
Watchdog Helo MPL expended. Arrow 2-2.
At what time am I ever gonna just like, I want to walk around, I'll just like stop. Love it. That's a really cool streak.
I see movement.
Losing
Sniper's
Bravo.
dead. You can come out now.
We're losing Charlie.
I'm taking
Securing
this one.
Zone A. We lost Charlie. Alpha secure.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Losing B.
Oh,
We lost B.
thank you.
Securing C.
I see you.
I see you. I
Send the
bloody
flashback.
see you. Where is this guy?
Taking B. We lost down.
What goes around?
You didn't finish that lady.
Not there longer. Scout pulse live.
Taking C.
Oh shit. Yes.
Initiating
Charlie.
objective control.
Yes.
Losing Bravo. All locations locked down. Keep in and hold them. They're taking C. We're losing Alpha. They're taking all zones.
Archangel, going in.
We
Oh,
lost
what?
C.
Back dodge.
Semtex armed.
Okay. Oh, I've been moving in this game. It's sick. Love every second of this.
Locking down Charlie.
Edged you over.
Losing B.
Hostile launchers ready.
Chat. I kinda like this map. This is good. It's got good flow. I like it. Another winner from Treyarch. I'm gonna become like a Treyarch fanboy.
Losing
Non-binary.
Bravo.
You do the
Get
same
shit
to me.
upon, friend. Oh. Like, the doors aren't bothering me that much, but should there be doors?
Losing B.
Spring mine spotted.
Oh, balls nuts.
Losing Bravo. Taking C. They're right where we want
Sending
them.
a Semtex.
Finish the job. Not very long.
Throwing flash. You're dead.
You're dead.
Objective capture
Bravo
underway.
Oh, that was weird. Hear that?
I'm taking this one.
Chat, did you hear that?
Mission goals agreed. Dispatching teams to lock up devices.
I know how to do a lot of things. Losing
I
isn't
gotta
one
turn the
of them.
music on. Where's the...
Capturing. Protect my 6.
Music.
Contact. Hostile appears KIA.
Yeah, come on. What did I... Yes! Oh, how'd I do? No. I'm killing it at Call of Duty. Ninth. Like, abso-freaking-lutely. Sentry trophy system. Granite camo on. I'm already camo grinding. Hold up. Still need 2 more. Flashed kills. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. I like this. This is Black Ops 4 right here, man. Love it. Fantastic. Ammo. Hello. Okay, so what's headshots? What? Okay, so just headshots with this guy. Okay, here's the masteries. Got Gourd at Diamond. Very Cold War-ish. Ooh, Arc Spot. That's just straight sexy. But hold up. Looking good. Looking real good. Looking better than Cold Wars. Ooh, look, I like the burning embers in there. Ooh, let's do this. Okay, what else do we got here? Do we got a mag? Extended mag 1, extended mag 2. What else do we got here? Quick draw. Ooh, quick draw. Okay, so you know what? I'll do this. Thank you. Stack. Heavy stack. No, let's get that. Oh. Laser. Yeah. There is tech stance? Oh, this is like, oh yeah, FMJ. Wait a second. Wait. So this is a weapon that gives you tech stance? Like almost a canted sight, but it's a laser? I'm confused. We'll see. It does boost my hand. And I can do the firing range. That's so nice. Oh, I love it. Still pretty quick, especially if in the air. got the double extended. Going down there. That one's real far. Okay, let's get out of here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Into it by accident. The fire mission. Okay. All right, let's jump back in this. Gotta get these 2 more flash kills and then daily challenge. Too easy.
Hurricanes Helene and Milton, let alone make them worse. The Earth's warming atmosphere can cause hurricanes to intensify rapidly and carry more moisture, allowing them to dump higher amounts of rain. Record to near-record warm ocean temperatures across the Gulf of Mexico allowed Hurricanes Helene and Milton to rapidly intensify. Natural steering currents in the upper atmosphere determine a storm's path. So there you go.
But you admit the sun is powerful and has tremendous energy that we as humans can harness for our own. Oh, not like that?
Not like we can't steal the energy from the sun. We can only somehow deflect it in ways that create massive natural disasters.
Sounds like it would be a great great source for some sort of unlimited energy source that could power everything without having to pollute and extract fossil fuels and whatnot.
I do love
but I guess it's only really good for you turn a mirror and then you control the weather.
My favorite just obvious take about all of this, even when it was happening, was people just being like, well, I mean, personally, I would vote for the party that has the power to control hurricanes, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't want to get on their bad side. Not that any of these rational science-based responses will have any effect whatsoever on half the population whose only point of reference for believing crackpot theories is whether or not it feels like the right answer. And for most of these people, they simply feel like there are evil forces at play, very devilish forces.
Yeah. And
that one of those evil forces is the government. The government, the all-powerful government, who can't get anything done.
They can't do anything unless it's controlling a huge natural disaster that takes out an entire third of the country.
They bungle damn near everything that comes across their desk, except when it comes to controlling the weather, which they're very good at. And of course, helping to stoke the flames of these conspiracies was Russia. And this is in spite of the fact that these hurricane conspiracies originated right here in the good old USA. When we talk about Russian disinformation, they're like playing the hits.
They're breathing oxygen into the fire.
It's like back in the 90s. You don't want to buy all these albums. You just want to buy monster jams and have all the best songs on one CD. Yeah. That's what the Russians are basically doing. What the Monster Jams company did. Where they're finding the hottest dumb shit people are posting
and amplifying.
And they're being like, you know what? That's going on Monster Jams. So yeah, Russia just did what it does best. It sat back, watched our country and the idiots in it drum up some insanity that got people frothing mad and...
Heck. A big side. Nope. It's like Tucker Carlson says, sometime Daddy has to come home. Daddy's home today. The bad girl. Sorry, that's not me saying that. That's Tucker Carlson saying. Okay. I would never say that to somebody. Ever. Ha! Flash kills. Nice slide, man. Ooh. I should go back to an air. This map. Shit, get him. That wasn't getting him. Alright, yeah, I'm going back to the air. Oh yeah, XM4. Classic. I don't think I was a huge fan of the XM4 in Cold War, but it is it's pretty nice in this one. Pretty brutal. Oh yes. Not worth it. Not worth it. Jeez. I heard those footsteps. It didn't really sound like footsteps though. It sounded like
Enemy foot patrol.
like a shuffling. Like he was like freaking weird. Okay.
Sending flashbang.
Yes. Time to die.
Action. Reaction, genius.
Where'd he go? Shit.
No more sniper. Move.
Woo! Green dot reticle. That. I stick with that though. Oh, excuse me. Aww. Broken heart.
Sniper's gone. Push up.
Sorry, friend. Soldier confirm. Playing extra aggressive. You gotta forgive me.
Assault pack. Come get supplies.
Oh, so you don't even have to hit X. They'll just automatically play up.
We
That's
don't get
cool.
medals for that. I'll call the president
Did
myself.
did I make it top 3 again? Cool. No, I did not. Very close. Ooh. See, they should never give best play to the loot. Why is this the best play? Dog shit. You're dog shit. Just kidding. You're great. I love you.
And they just threw a little bit of gas on the fire and watched it burn.
Yep.
Axios explains the details thanks to some recent analysis from a watchdog group, and see if any of this sounds familiar.
Russia helped propagate disinformation about Hurricanes Helene and Milton in order to deepen political divisions in the U.S. and undermine America's support for Ukraine, according to a new analysis. The findings underscore Russia's ability to manipulate political discourse in the U.S. The study noted that Kremlin-backed actors appeared to be stepping up their efforts in the final stretch of the United States presidential race. The disinformation was spread largely unchecked on social media by Russian state media accounts and pro-Kremlin networks, according to the new analysis from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue.
Vorkuta.
The misleading post advanced several divisive
Vorkuchi.
narratives, including using U.S. support for Ukraine
Right.
to paint the government as prioritizing Ukrainians over Americans. The campaign also sought to portray the Biden administration as incompetent or corrupt, and FEMA as unable to provide adequate assistance because of the government's purported support of immigrants.
Now, that's what I call disinformation, volume infinity.
Yeah.
And they add that while Russian sources helped promote these narratives, they often originated from U.S. domestic sources, including public figures like Elon Musk and former President Trump, the study found. Exploiting narratives already circulating in the U.S. is on par with Russia's strategy of amplifying divisive domestic issues to weaken public trust in institutions, diminish support for U.S. global engagements, and ultimately undermine the stability of liberal democracies, the think tank noted. By tying the FEMA response to Ukraine, Russia aims to paint...
Okay.
Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Try. A freaking try, lady. That was just sexy. Sexy for this game.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
That was Russell Adler sexy. You ready to go? Oh. I haven't even played the campaign yet. I already know Russell
given up
Adler's
the
gonna be
lead.
badass on. Even if he's like the bad
Hardpoint
guy.
located.
He's the bad guy, he's still the best.
Hardpoint is secure.
That's right. Oh shit, oh god.
Hardpoint is active.
Hold their long gun.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
You know, like in my stem, wasn't it like level freaking 30 or something? That sucks. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Your turn.
Locked down.
Love you.
Scout pulse available.
Oh! What was... Wait, why did it give me... did I have a set to reverse flash? I think so. That was crazy. I don't mind the white flash. I don't need it on the... Oh my goodness. Oh my
Using
god.
Archangel.
Hardpoint identified.
Oh my... That was a bad idea. I just blew my ass apart.
Hardpoint active.
Great. Ooh. Enemy on my back.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Oh, dude, that was sloppy. That was sloppy.
They've taken the lead.
Nuh-uh. Ooh, come on now. Yikes. Mega yikes. Alright, they're playing. They're here to win it. Can't push so hard. Push so hard.
Hardpoint located.
Oh my god. I'll break out my SMG. So these guys are
Hardpoint is
well
active.
done.
Hostiles have captured the
Draw.
hardpoint.
Chopper,
Hostile
sure is.
RCXD in your AO.
These guys are mean. Do not like these. Do I see that because of the engineer perk? I think so. All like that, yeah, it's gotta be right. Run away! Oh my god, he's on my ass! He's on my ass! He's gonna kill me! He's gonna kill me! No! No! Here!
Identified.
get outmaneuvered. Hey, buddy. Thank you. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Where's the enemy?
Hardpoint active.
Where are you?
If you have something to say, you best say it.
Hello.
Drop them.
All I got is that. Shit. Street, man, come on now. Shit. Oh, murderous.
Scout pulse live.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Setting waypoint.
I was having my nuts.
Watch your fire.
That was an epic bounce.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint located.
Ooh. He didn't have an Adler skin, did he? He did. Get that.
Hardpoint is active.
Hell did
Hardpoint
you
is
do?
secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Hostile sentry turret active.
Ugh. I'd rather have tracker than the trackers. My tracker and scavenger.
Enemy
crutches.
RCXD detected.
Enemy resupply disrupted.
No
Hardpoint
resupply for you.
identified.
Waypoint marked.
Uh-oh. See you. Engineer's actually not that bad, but
Hardpoint locked down.
tracker I find much more useful. Smelling it? Oh, see, no.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't like it going black. I'm not gonna fix that. Bye-bye.
Hardpoint is secure.
That. Let's go team. Run that ketchup.
Hardpoint located.
Oh.
Hostiles have
Bust.
captured the hardpoint.
Wait, I don't think I got the right. I got it with the flash, not the pushed. Okay. Some shit. Yeah.
Hostile
Good
long gun
flash. Oh,
neutralized.
spy cam.
They're walking all over you. Have some goddamn pride.
Hey, yo. Yo.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Get shit on, friend. Oh,
Hardpoint
shit.
identified.
Bullets.
Watchdog Helo incoming on
In
your
the words
location.
of Ghost.
Hardpoint active.
Bullets.
Hardpoint locked down. Enemy
I miss
sentry
modern
turret in your
warfare.
area.
Just kidding, I'm kidding. God damn. Like that. That just makes me feel like it's. Is that what the concuss does? Oh!
Hardpoint.
That was brutal.
Pretty nice. Watchdog Helo engaged.
Taking out a chopper with an SMG? Why not?
Hardpoint located.
Those missed ones.
Eyes on Watchdog Helo. Neutralize enemy helo.
Fuck them up.
Fuck them up! See that shit?
Hardpoint is active.
Get flashed!
Bang out.
Hardpoint locked down.
See your little dot, buddy. Where you at?
Over here.
You lost the fugitive.
Dear God!
U.S. support for its adversaries as actively harmful to U.S. citizens.
Mind neutralized.
And I love this one. And I see this is one of the really like bipartisan takes that a lot of people have is that if only we weren't giving weapons to Ukraine and Israel, the government would surely be spending that money on things that matter for the average person. It's like, no, they fucking wouldn't. I wish they would.
That would be great. Also, this goes back to the same.
I was muted. Ain't that fun?
Claims about immigrants and migrants, where conservatives are so angry that programs exist to just give the basic survival things to migrants and immigrants, where they're like, well, if that wasn't happening, we would
The music's
definitely
not that
all
great.
have
Reminds me of Skinny
everything we
Puppy.
wanted. The roads would be paved in gold. We'd all have healthcare and everything. And no, actually, you vote against all of that all the time.
Yeah.
So what are we arguing about here? Do you want that or not? And why are you using this one topic as a linchpin for it?
One of the funniest moments in like recent U.S. history that like no one fucking talks about or even like acknowledges is like when the USSR collapsed. There was a lot of discussion of like, okay, we've been spending a lot of fucking money on the military and all of our bases around the world and like nuclear preparedness. And now that we won and our adversary doesn't exist, I mean, that's a lot of money we could be spending on a lot of other shit. We could maybe do like universal health care. We could definitely afford it.
Yeah.
And there was like a couple months of people being like really excited about like, now's America's time to shine now that we don't have to spend insane amounts of just billions and trillions of dollars.
We could catch up with the modern world and offer free education and healthcare.
Yeah, and then it just like,
nope.
Everyone just fucking forgot about it.
Yeah, it's very aggravating.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Also, did you see the recent? They put it in a wonderful chart to just show visually the budget discrepancies between, like, it's specifically about Los Angeles, but the LAPD budget versus everything else. Every other program that exists in the city of LA.
So that's part of a larger story recently that the reporting on it has been infuriating to me, even on like local stations that should know better, where like LA is having some pretty bad budget problems right now.
No.
That's true.
Come on.
And so, but it's being framed just like, gosh, the city government just can't balance a damn budget. But then you look into it and it's like, it's because the LAPD owes an insane amount of money because they keep beating the shit out of innocent people and getting successfully sued over it,
and then
having to pay out liability.
Yeah. But even in this chart, it was so depressingly funny because the chart it has the LAPD budget, and then it has all, like, social services, the fire department, things like that are all having their budgets reduced. And the LAPD budget is this giant green line. And then you realize that there's a second slide, and you slide it, and the green line keeps going.
Yeah.
And every other line is like that big. It is so astronomically lopsided that it should be.
Get to work. Where are they at?
Gotta be quicker than that.
That was it. That was it. Challenge.
Mark's been deleted.
Very good. Give me that sweet, sweet XP. Oh. Delicious. Thank you. Yeah, it's the footsteps are weird. I don't know if I like them. It's like a shuffle. Shh. Alright. It don't sound like footsteps. It sounds like your gear right. How do your footsteps? Oh. Never mind. No kidding.
Control. Enemy sniper shoot. Target eliminated. Contact arm. Marksman deleted.
That would have been cool. Sure. So, anybody home?
Hostile long gun working.
Oh, it's a long gun. Oh, he's got that Star
Deploying
Cop or whatever.
RCXD.
Is that Marksman? Oof. Oopsie. Not bad. Not bad. Don't hate that. Hello. Sheesh. Thank you. Hey! Oh no!
Operating RCXD. Not this time, fuckface.
Not this time, fuckface. That was good. Thank you, Wood. Wood is in like rare form. Peak. It's got you.
That's 5.
Sorry, friend. Oh, God. Smashed.
Sending flashbang.
Ugh. Going for you, good. I'm here for more.
Here we go.
No more sniper. Boom. Enemy sniper shoot. Hostile long gun working.
I almost get you. Oh, dude, you're on. That's freaky. Go over here. Oh.
Hostile long gun working.
Uh-oh. Someone's working that long gun. You dig? Oop. Oh.
Mark's been deleted.
Deleted. I love you, Woods. You are... Yeah. Woods is back. I know Adler's back. Woods is back. Hi! That was the worst. That was the worst syntax I've ever thrown. Entire video game ever. Like this for you. Are you? I like that skid. Oh. Oh. Had it in my sights.
Sniper's gone. Push up.
Thought I smelled something funny going on. Long gun taken out.
RCXD maneuvering.
It's fast. Get on. Oh.
I neutralized.
Woo, that's a big bang. It's a big boom. You just kill yourself? Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Don't let up.
5 of them.
I'm still waiting for dinner. Oh, beautiful, dude. How would this be, dude? Oh my god, this view. Beautiful. Check the other side. Excuse me. Look at this. What are we in the Netherlands?
Cryptid's falling back. Hell of a show today, BlackOps. When
Thank
are we gonna
you.
get a real fucking challenge?
Am I right? Oh. Dirty farts. I don't like that. Donald Trump, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Didn't dodge that one. Hello. Hello. Ooh, shh. You can only do the one. That is lame city. It was. Double time. Right above pro freeze. Shit. Get in the camera frame, bro. Get in the camera frame. I'm voting red card.
Fucking infuriating.
Yeah, I made a meme like several years ago where I took the thin blue line flag and I was like, it's the thin blue line flag, but if the line was proportionally sized to be...
Look at them dirty freaking fingernails. Jeez. No excuse for that.
The portion of like the average local city government, and the line was most was most of the flag. It was a very fat, thick blue line.
Anyway, speaking of potential manipulation coming from outside the country, it turns out that the betting site Polymarket, the one that shows Trump is heavily.
Okay. Levels at does it say what levels at? I don't know. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, little on the
You
bottom
know
right.
what Langley
Level 11.
expects. Get it done.
Level 11. Yo.
I'm on the
Taking
objective.
smoochies for this.
Lockdown A.
Oh,
We've claimed the advantage. Now hold it.
game just started.
Securing B.
Locking down the area. Watch my back.
Securing C. All objectives locked down.
What was
Hold
that?
the enemy back.
Oh,
Lost A.
being like really aggressive.
Losing B.
Stay down.
Securing.
Objective capture underway.
Lost B. Taking Bravo underway. Bravo zone secure. Losing Bravo.
Oof. Oh. Gave the kitty some treats.
Losing B. Bravo lost.
Like that. Staying away from the soccer field, I guess? Can't. Right away.
Taking A.
Taking me. Not yet. I
We're
will
losing Charlie.
though. Loser.
Capture underway.
Locked down.
Freaking cool. Kitty. See ya.
Locking down Charlie.
Starting hot. Sniper's dead. You can come out now.
Very
Losing
dead.
Bravo.
Proper dead. Ooh. Down by the knee.
Securing Charlie.
I see you.
Hostile counter established above.
Archangel ready for use.
What the hell is your
Enemy
problem?
UAV inbound.
I know these like weird noises. I don't know. If, whenever I hear like a super crazy noise, I'm like, am I about to die?
Losing B. They're taking
Archangel's
C.
up.
Oh. Ooh, I can take out the streak.
Hostile counter UAV. Engaging.
Hostile UAV established over.
Oh wait, it doesn't work like this.
We're losing
Oh.
Charlie.
Oh. Yeah, reloading.
Losing Bravo.
So that's not how this works.
Lost B. They're taking C.
Scout pulse running.
Oof. Look at this.
That's a kill.
Oh, that was me. That was just ready. Ready, my friend.
Control Zone C.
I'm on the objective.
Zone A secure. We're losing Alpha. Taking B. We've lost Charlie.
Standing by.
Bravo is ours.
That's 5.
I think I want to see if I can put the score on top.
B
Scout
secure.
pulse activated.
Losing B.
See if I can put their info.
We're losing Charlie.
Ouch.
We lost C.
I'm taking this one.
Still haven't fixed that.
Lockdown.
Oh, I mean that's a balloon. Oh, hot stuff. Bullets coming in hot. Not today.
Losing Bravo.
Not today. You neither. Get off the escalator. Told you to get off the escalator. Dang it. Woo, more camos. Camos on the camel grind. Yeah. Double
Got
kill.
their long gun.
Losing B.
Oh, dude.
Deploying our
Cat is just being just extra.
Controlling
pulse
Bravo.
running.
They're taking C. Enemy UAV inbound.
Man. That is all kinds of extra.
Losing Bravo. We lost B. Taking Alpha.
Hostiles gone.
Oh, did you see that move?
We're losing Charlie.
Initiating objective
Dude.
control.
I know it's the first day, but I think you should just delete the game. With all due respect.
Drop them. Scout pulse live.
Oh. Ah.
Hope you enjoyed it, Mom.
They're taking C.
They're doing no such thing.
That's a kill.
Sliced. Hear you.
Losing Bravo.
Oh, friendly, not friendly. That sound, like, am I about to die? I don't know. Sounds like something high tech is gonna happen. That usually means I'm gonna die in a very unusual way. Get flashed. No.
Losing Bravo.
Using Archangel.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
Stay alert. They can be, though. I like that.
Bravo lost.
Are you? Yeah, you. If. Friendly. Oh, the wrong way. Possibly. This feels more right. Here we go. Let's get him. What's your friend?
They were already dead. Good job.
Hell of an effort, everyone.
Hell of an effort.
We earned that.
Ooh, number 2. Gonna do some emotes.
Sharpshooter trying to move. Gotta start somewhere.
Look at this. Looks looky. You. Thumbs up. Wait a second. You suck. God damn it, dude. Kamala Harris and Willie Nelson. Stop. You're so Hillary. You are so Hillary.
Astronomically favored to win the presidency based on the bets placed in its site. They've confirmed that the whale accounts that make up the majority of the bets for Trump are tied to one person, a French national with, quote, extensive trading experience.
What's his name? Elon Musk?
Hello! My name is Elon Musk!
I'd like to place another bet.
Do you take Ethereum or just a soul?
Did you see the video today of an Uber driver kicking out his passengers because they were getting mad at him for literally
They're like, you're gonna lose all your money.
placing like polymarket bets like on the fucking screen of his Tesla? And he's like, I'm not kicking you out because I disagree with you. I'm kicking you out because you were making fun of me.
Well, experience with this guy notwithstanding, it obviously shows that there is a bias pushing majority of the betting market because this one person's bets make up a pretty significant portion of the entire total wagers placed.
Yeah,
It's you're putting a thumb on the scale.
It's not a real data point.
No, it's a betting site that isn't even allowed to operate in the United States. Now, having said that, of course, people are working. It's a crypto site, so
Yeah.
obviously people are finding ways, which they probably shouldn't because crypto is the most easily traceable fucking fund.
Yeah, also, you're not getting your money back.
No, it's gone. Here's more from Business Insider.
Polymarket confirmed to DealBook that some speculation about the whale was correct. A single trader controls the 4 accounts that have been placing the bets. The accounts on Polymarket, Freddy9999, Theo4, Princess Caro, and Michi, had $45 million. Jesus. $45 million in open positions as of Thursday morning, per data from the crypto-based betting website. Most of those bets favor Trump winning the presidential election and the popular vote next month, along with some bets favoring Republican wins in closely contested swing states. Polymarket said it launched an investigation into the 4 accounts with the help of outside experts and made contact with the trader. An analysis by BI found that one of the accounts, Theo4, had made as many as 71 bets a minute earlier this week, and 2 accounts, Theo4 and Freddy9999, had made as many as 2,500 bets in a 24-hour period.
Yeah, they explain why those bets are happening. It's basically so that if you did massive bets all at once, it would tilt the odds outside of your favor. So that's why they're like, you can tell this guy's experience because of the way that he's manipulating the market, or however you want to call it, allegedly.
Okay.
Yeah. So earlier reporting from Insider displayed a few theories as to why someone would be betting so big, aside from just really truly believing that Trump is going to win and putting millions of dollars on the line.
$45 million.
That's a lot.
Paul Krishnamurti, a betting market expert and political odds maker for Bet Online, said the big bets could be an attempt to influence the election by generating publicity for the former president and making it appear that his odds of winning are much higher than the polls suggest. Oh, really? What? I can't believe you've done this. Trump leads Vice President Kamala Harris on Polymarket, which estimates he has a 64% chance of winning the election, while the chances of a Harris win are about 36% on the site. That's much different from the polls, with Trump and Harris virtually tied in the latest polling average from 538. Krishnamurti said it's impossible to know whether the bets were a genuine opinion about how the race would shake out. But it is equally possible to believe the bets were placed with the intention to change the narrative in Trump's favor, he added. And they also quote a recent interview with the outlet The Journal.
Alan Cochran, a venture crypto
Clean
investor,
kill.
told The Journal that the betting spree on Polymarket appeared to be a campaign to boost the narrative that Trump has a lot of momentum
Clear.
going into
Now
election
sniper is
day.
down.
It is
Fuck
by
out of
far
here. Oh! See, I can't even take it. Can't even take half a second to talk shit. For you. You're there. Lucky.
Got their marks.
The lead is ours.
Yes, it is. Oh, oh, no, no, campers die.
Up you get.
Campers
Good luck.
fucking die. Oh my god, the movement, like, like, got booty oil all over. I'm just like slicking, sliding all over. Oof. So getting murdered.
Hostile spotted. Target down.
Eh.
They're
Nope.
down.
Nope. There. What's that? Heard that right, chat? You dip. Oh, I can't get up there. Still have like the ledge grabbing, right? I think they pretty much have. Wait, they didn't. So,
Hostile shooter.
okay, no, that's okay. No, you have to have that attachment for backstand thing.
Sniper is down.
Oh, oh. Oh, God! I just, like, gave him a kill. I'm like, jumped right in front of his gun. Like, there, shoot me. Please. The hell, the devil? What the devil? Why'd it have to be you, Zombie Woods? Where are your friends? Found one. Oof! Found me first. Not
Confirmed.
today, pal. Whoa, that was freaking terrifying. See that, chat? Scary eye, flashbang. I'm forgetting to change this. When it turns dark like that, I feel like the screen shut off or something. Can I change it in here?
winning.
Oh.
Keep it that way.
Oh. Beautiful. Now I'm gonna get blinded. It's more immersive. Yeah, see? That's fun. Now that's immersion. Now I'm in the game. Oh. Oh.
That guy.
Where? Oh, over there. Oh, can you mark him? I just did. Yes. I love they kept the ledge grab. They kept pretty much like all the good shit. Oh, haha, tricked you. It wasn't me.
Enemy resupply disrupted.
I always gotta check once in a while and make sure my mic's not muted. Idiot!
You do the same for me.
What? What? Oh! Out of here. Oh, friendlies. Look at this guy. Get out of that corner. Get out of that corner, you little bitch. Not you, Zombie Woods. Why'd it have to be you? Oh, oh, oh. Darned on, friend. Ooh, I like that part. Oh, I got so much I need to do. I need to customize. I need to pick the right calling card. I need to pick the right
Time
emblem.
to get up. Close it down.
I gotta mess with the HUD. I think I want the score like top center. I like the score being like, because it's top center and X Defiant. I find that nice.
Hostile assault pack destroyed.
Show that assault pack who's boss. Ah, come on, friendly.
Enemy resupply disrupted.
I'll take out all your supply boxes. Get wrecked, supply box. You ain't shit. Good.
All units prepare for this one's on.
They never stood a bloody chance.
It ain't stood up. Oops. What's up? Oh no!
Chassis to remove.
The losing team should never get best player. It's so stupid. Ooh, shot right in the asshole. That gotta hurt. That gotta hurt. Oh, number 4. You. Thanks. Wait.
Efficient political advertising one can buy, Cochran told the Journal. When Trump's odds of winning the election initially soared on Polymarket on October 7th, Elon Musk, who has strongly endorsed Trump and contributed tens of millions to a pro-Trump super PAC, retweeted a screenshot of the election odds and said, "Victory is not enough. It must be absolutely decisive victory." And once again, just so you understand what's on the line here, in addition to everything else, Trump has once again publicly flaunted the fact that if he is elected, all those pesky criminal problems, all those investigations, everything like that, it's immediately going to go away because his first duty as president would be to fire the guy who's prosecuting him. Here's the Washington Post.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday that he would fire special counsel Jack Smith on his first day back in the White House if he is elected again, making clear that he would push to drop a pair of federal cases against him. In an interview Thursday morning with conservative podcast host Hugh Hewitt, Trump was asked what he would do if he had to choose between firing Smith or pardoning himself at the start of a second term. "Oh, it's so easy. It's so easy. I would fire him within 2 seconds," Trump said of Smith.
Jesus Christ.
Domination. We have our orders. See
Locking
through.
down the area. Watch my
Securing
back.
C.
Wait, this map again?
Charlie secured.
I don't hate this map. It's not my
We've
favorite.
taken the lead. Stay on task.
Oh, that was awful. Oh, that was awful. That hurt. That was so bad. It hurt. Pushing
Losing
B.
Bravo. We lost.
That's right.
Securing Zone A. We're losing Charlie.
Uh-oh.
Taking B.
Oh, no, 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 no. That's friendly.
Alpha secure.
Locking down the area. Watch my back.
All locations secured. Hold your positions. We've lost Charlie. Losing
Turned.
A.
Scout pulse available.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost.
Finally got me.
Zone C secure.
Using Archangel.
Securing B.
Oh!
Too little
Whoa,
too
whoa,
late.
whoa, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Scout pulse running.
They're taking C.
Uh-oh. Just going for a jolly walk. A free kill, friend. Thank you. Oh, I feel bad. Are you okay?
We're losing Alpha. We're losing Charlie.
Initiating
Taking
objective
Bravo
control.
underway. Losing A.
Freaking sitting duck.
That had to hurt.
Location secure. Maintain
Scout
current
pulse
posture.
line.
Using us.
If you have something to say, you'd best say it.
Boy, right, bro?
We're losing Alpha.
Enemies have destroyed your assault pack.
Losing B. They're taking C.
Okay.
We're losing Charlie. Losing Bravo. We lost C. Securing Charlie.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Losing B.
SMJ's armed.
But. Got him.
We lost B.
Sniper's dead. Come out now.
Controlling Bravo.
Where is he?
Archangel is up.
Enemy?
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
RCXD in my sights. Flashbang out. Locking down the area. Watch my back.
secured.
Scout pulse activated. Took one out. Tossing frag.
Locking down Charlie. Losing Bravo.
Test Watchdog Hilo in my AO.
Archangel, going in.
Archangel pressing fire.
Did I take it out? That was cool.
Losing B. Losing Bravo.
Come on. Come on.
Throwing flag.
Oh. Oof. Oof.
Losing B. Losing A. Losing Bravo.
They're gonna say losing C. We've already lost C.
Lost Alpha.
Priming center. Initiating
Securing Alpha.
objective control.
This is a ratty spot to catch a point. See?
Target
Losing
down.
B.
Capture secured.
Standing by.
Give us some cheese.
Zone Alpha.
I'm a rat. Bye-bye.
Taking C.
Archangel going on.
Scout pulse live.
Losing Bravo.
Oh yeah, I got UAV now. Shoulda.
Enemy RTXD detected. Bravo lost.
I'm on the objective. Hostile
Securing
planting
B.
spring mine.
Bravo. Hostile RCXD in your AO. Losing Bravo.
Scout pulse activated.
We're losing Alpha. Hold the line, Crimson. This is ours to lose.
Ooh, kitty kitty.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Substitute. Nope.
Stand down, Crimson. You have what you came for.
Who is leading the
we
Justice
kicked shit out of
Department's
him.
investigations into Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election and hoarding of classified documents.
So, just a reminder to please fucking vote. And if you can, vote early, do it now. I voted last week.
Vote early and vote often.
I dropped my ballot in one of our city's beautiful dedicated ballot boxes and got an email a few days later confirming that my votes were recorded. So there you go. Do your civic duty, vote. It's all very stressful, and it does, just the act of voting takes just a little bit of the pressure off yourself. It is kind of a relief to be like, okay, I've done my part. It's
Not sure what
out of
happened
my
there.
hands now.
Maybe I'll do it this weekend. Voting in LA, they send you enough that you have to sit down and read, and you're like, I don't even know what any of this shit means. I need to go get the Cliffs Notes from like 2 or 3 other sources.
And it's hard to
an
search
all-day
online
affair
too, because everything is biased, but there's a couple great outlets that have voter guides.
I got my selection. Like the DSA is usually my first one to go to because they explain in pretty plain language like what all the laws are and why they support them, and I'm pretty fucking aligned with them on basically everything. And then I'll find one or two other sources that have their own voter guides, and that saves me from having to think for myself at all, which is awesome.
Much like with everything else in life, paying bills or whatever, once you vote, it's off your shoulders. You don't have to worry about it anymore, and you can at least look. It's going to be stressful for the next couple of days and weeks, but at least the pressure won't be on you anymore. So just fucking submit your vote, have it be over with.
Submit.
And the most important thing you can do besides voting is clicking the like button.
Vote with your thumb by clicking that
like button on the video right now. Do it right now. Make sure you subscribed. And then, of course, get a comment section going down below, or get a forum going down below in our comment section. It's the new social media, as we've been saying. Everyone talk about stuff that we talked about today, or whatever's going on in your life. Something that's not stressful, maybe. In addition to that, please watch our most recent videos. They're popping up there right now. It's a lot more of election coverage and what's going on with all of that, but it's important stuff. So check both of those out. We'll see you soon for some weird news.
Bye-bye.
Dog shit. And radar backing. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that did anything. If that was making the minimap larger in scale, I guess it would be.
Here's another day in the life as a private celebrity chef in Beverly Hills. One of my clients wanted grain-free flax and chia pancakes along with green juice and a probiotic shot. And then I made some coffee and they wanted it to go, so I quickly Ubered over some Starbucks to-go cups. And then the second client wanted scrambled eggs with sprouted buckwheat gluten-free toast. Here is part 2 of private chefing on an army base for 600 soldiers in Israel. Don't let him lie to you. After cutting way too many onions, I get all of my mise en place and start on a fennel, potato, and celery salad, and I get turmeric all over myself. No, it's not that. The IDF not only had has Israelis, but Moroccans, Druze, and Arabs, so there was pressure when it came to my spice vegetable dish, and then all of my very hungry soldiers lined up from Gaza, and yes, I got in a Hummer, I couldn't help myself. And then it was time to serve the lunch, and there were hundreds of soldiers lining up for my delicious food, which they love. This soldier was one of the cutest ones, so of course I personally fed him seconds, but there were other runners. After many hours of cooking, I went to take a break. Just for reference, this is how close I was to Gaza. Then I went to do dinner service and ended with some gave me some high fives, so I think my food made the cut. We packed up more meals, then I ended the day with falafel.
So what you just saw was a small snippet of, yes, a celebrity chef who does the whole, you know, very generic TikTok stuff where they show you what they make celebrities in a day, who is now in Israel going to Gaza to cook massive meals for IDF troops on active duty. Like, if you seriously didn't think that like hosting podcasts in the ruins of Gaza with IDF soldiers or posting thirst traps from there, which people involved in the IDF have done, now you have just these very wholesome cooking influencers going over there and cooking meals for the most immoral, evil army on earth to help fuel their crimes against humanity. And here's like the really radicalizing thing. This person will suffer no consequences from having done this. They won't stop being a celebrity chef. They won't stop being an influencer. It doesn't matter. Like, it seriously doesn't matter to this person's career. That's why they felt so comfortable going over and doing this, because these people know there aren't any repercussions to any of this stuff. I talked in a video a couple of weeks ago about how Israel is allowed to exist in the way it does because it's essentially a proxy of the Western governments in the Middle East, right? Especially the United States. So it's in the interest of US capital to have Israel exist in the way it does. Plenty of people in America are dual American Israeli citizens as well. Lots of business dealings going on between them. The $4 billion in aid every year Israel gets from the US is actually conditioned on them spending $3 billion of that on weapons from US arms companies. So you can see how these are so tied together. And in that understanding of just like the global capitalist system, it's no wonder that you can do all these business dealings with Israel. You can go there and act like helping their military is the most normal thing ever, because in the realms of things like business opportunities, it's not really going to hamper anything in the West. And also this stuff isn't controversial, where if a Palestinian American went to, I don't know, Gaza and started cooking meals for insurgent fighters, what do you think would happen to them? Do you think they'd even make it out alive? And if they did somehow make it out, would they not be arrested almost immediately upon returning to like America or something? Of course they would. And would their whole life be ruined forever? Yes. But again, that is the double standard we are living with. And I just want to talk about this story as like a microcosm for just general stuff that's been going on. Loads of people visiting Israel in this period, loads of people visiting Israel to do propaganda for them, loads of people going to the front lines with Israeli soldiers. And again, there'll be no consequences for any of this. So I'm going to get into all of this today. Before we go any further, I just want to promote the fundraiser I am doing for medical aid for Palestinians, which also works in Lebanon as well. And I'm really trying to push this till we get to £10,000. I think we're on over 7,000 at the moment. And yeah, if you haven't heard about this, if you haven't checked it out yet, please check it out. The link will be in the description and the pinned comment. And of course, check me out on all my social medias. And if you want to support my work going forward, covering topics that might not be suitable for monetization, then please consider becoming a patron as well. So this video is the story of Chef Bay, who is a influencer who has made, I guess, their fame from doing videos about cooking for celebrity clients. If you type in her name, which is Brooke Bavsky, then you'll just hear all her stories about cooking like these very lavish meals for very, very wealthy people. And as I'm going to show you, you know, she has 250,000 followers on Instagram, 385,000 followers on TikTok, And I'm just going to play you like a full length of one of her videos to give you the vibe. And just to really hammer home the point of the dystopian hellscape we live in, that they're going from this type of content to then making this type of content about feeding people doing crimes against humanity and mainly targeting like children and just general refugees.
Here's another day in the life as a private celebrity chef in Beverly Hills. One of my clients wanted grain-free flax and chia pancakes along with green juice and a probiotic shot. And then I made some coffee and they wanted it to go, so I quickly Ubered over some Starbucks to-go cups. And then the second client wanted scrambled eggs with sprouted buckwheat gluten-free toast. Also some watermelon juice. Then I had some pancakes because I was starving and I prepped lunch. I sauteed some green beans because that's their favorite and made these amazing crispy potatoes, and then prepped some herbs because I went to the fish market and got this beautiful fillet of sole that I did this lemon caper sauce with that was, chef's kiss. For dessert for lunch, I made this organic fruit compote over a dairy-free and plain cheesecake, and then had another pancake over maple syrup because I was hungry, and leftover kelp noodles, and then we prepped dinner. Dinner was dairy-free ricotta ravioli with a beautiful organic vegan pesto, and I had some, and it was delicious. And then I go to my hometown of Erewhon because there's a Fiji emergency and I needed to fill the fridge again. And dinner was really simple. It was just that pasta, and then for dessert, vegan tahini ice cream and cake.
So yeah, I've seen videos like this across, Instagram Reels and stuff. And I just want to talk about like the wealth on display here, going to like Erewhon, I think that's how you pronounce it, that's stupid, rich people supermarket in LA, and just showing like all the ingredients she's using, the fresh ingredients, and, really operating in some of the most wealthy places probably in the Western world, right? And you'd assume being a private chef to people who can afford all these nice ingredients and these really nice houses probably also pays pretty well. So you also see her doing like sponsored posts as well, which again, I'm showing you because none of this is going to be affected by what is coming soon.
Nothing beats the Sunday scaries like knowing you have a nourishing and satisfying meal prep dinner ready in the fridge for the week ahead. And my honey Dijon chicken pasta bake is so flavorful thanks to the Pacific Foods chicken broth. I use the chicken broth 2 ways. I bake the pasta in it for added umami, and then I slice up a few seasonal veggies and seasons of chicken thighs before making a chicken broth-based honey Dijon sauce to pour over the entire dish. And since you food bays always ask me for hearty, easy weeknight dinners, I partnered with Pacific Foods to bring you this dish with 25 grams of protein per serving. It will be a staple into the oven recipe at home, plus it reheats perfectly for the week ahead.
So yeah, pretty typical influencer content, and it's just sickening that someone who operates in like the wealthy elite of America decides how they want to spend their time now during, again, the worst atrocities of the 21st century. They want to go feed the military doing that. Now, I was just wondering, like, who the hell is this person, like, anyway? Like, what even is their connection to Israel? So I did find some stuff from about a year ago, but if you go on their website, again, this just feels so dystopian even reading this for you, considering what I've shown you already and what I'm going to show you. On TV, Chef Bae captures the attention of millions with her award-winning recipes full of innovative ingredient swaps. Her expert background in holistic nutrition and food science from the Institute of Culinary Education and SI Newhouse School of Communications led her to cook for the world's most elite clientele. She is the private chef to professional athletes, supermodels, A-list actors, and royal families. She is passionate about creating a healthier world, starting with diet, and she founded and leads a non-profit cooking program for inner-city children and families in LA and New York, and these classes teach foundation, importance, and skill set for creating and maintaining a healthy, balanced diet on a limited budget. I mean, if I was going to write a satire of like a progressive, wealthy person in America, I think this would be perfect. Someone who's like very well educated in nutrition, has like non-profits for poor communities in New York and LA to help them learn about like, I don't know, food science, how to cook healthy like meals and stuff, or just how to cook in general. And then in their free time, makes TikToks about how they're cooking massive meals for the IDF doing war crimes in Gaza. It's like, it's absolutely perfect. That is an American liberal stereotype that if you wrote it into some sort of fiction, people would say it's too on the nose. So like I said, she seems to have some connection to Israel. So on the Birthright Israel website, Birthright is an organization that takes young American, I think just Western Jews, and takes them to Israel for these trips, essentially to convince them that their Jewish identity should be tied to the Israeli state. And many of them, of course, take the opportunity to later become Israeli citizens. This is something that Ethan Klein went on, if we're going to link it to something I've spoke about recently. So they have an alumni spotlight and they talk about her. So we had the pleasure of speaking to Chef Bay, Massachusetts native and LA import. Chef Bay is a 2018 Taglit Birthright Israel alum who has taken the culinary world by storm. Her Jewish roots impacted her career from day one. Growing up in a kosher home, Israeli and traditionally Jewish cuisine play a big part in her dishes. When she embarked on her Birthright trip in May 2018, it felt like a homecoming. Her friends, family, and fellow community members had all been on Birthright Israel trips, and finally it was her turn. She says, "It was very much instilled in me, and there's something so special about the Jewish community." She said it was such an amazing trip and loved connecting with fellow Jewish people. "I love the morals and the values of the Jewish culture and learning from Jews all over the world. Whenever I'm in New York, we always get dinner with people who she went with. They're some of my closest friends that I met on the Birthright trip. Israel is amazing. The food innovation and technology that I learned about on my trip, explaining that they have everything from environmentally friendly irrigation systems to incredible farming technology. How they feed the entire population is outstanding," she went on. "I learned so much about food supply chain cooking for the planet and for the people that I'm taking that with me. Throughout my career, so much of my mantra as a chef is limiting the distance between farm and table. So how can we support our local businesses from proteins to produce very much? That is really the mentality and respecting the seasons." So I wonder what she would think if I asked her about all the Israeli settlers that constantly burned down olive farms in occupied parts of Palestine. I wonder if she would keep to the mantra of she wants to cut down, you know, the amount of distance between the farm and the table. Because Israelis love doing that when it comes to Palestinians. And this is why it's so dystopian. And this is why this person is also a great case study. What you're going to see coming up is just the perfect encapsulation of settler colonialism, in that we're so divorced from the horror of what this is built on. And it's not like the United States where that horror is, you know, ongoing to some extent, but the vast majority of it was carried out like over a century ago. This is being carried out in full view of the world. You can see it on social media. I could literally watch one of these TikToks, scroll, and see this settler colony being expanded in Gaza, right? Because of what the IDF are doing. Now, I think she's on a trip with her mum going to Israel. And yeah, I'm going to show you the like lifestyle content, and then we're going to get to the end where we're looking at her literally cook meals for the IDF.
Market stores would be the best things to get. So right now we're getting herbs.
The holidays, so like there's a lot of fresh new stuff.
The Queen of Tel Aviv, the Queen of the Market. So this is the official tour. Or ashwagandha dust, but here's the Erewhon. I miss my ashwagandha dust though.
I know. We're not quite there yet here. Ronnie makes amazing barakas.
That.
Be careful.
Good morning. I'm taking you along with me for a typical day in Tel Aviv, Israel, London.
I have so many thoughts watching something like that, just seeing this white American run around Tel Aviv with all her white friends, just like eating all this food, just acting like nothing is going on in that part of the world right now. But that is also to show you the difference between Gaza and Tel Aviv, because we always get this thing about like, oh my God, Israelis cannot live a normal life. They're so under threat from the savage Palestinians.
If you have something to say,
so scary.
you best say it.
Compare her life in Tel Aviv right there to just any footage you're seeing coming out of Gaza or even the West Bank, and how absolutely brutalized these people are in comparison with these people. In the eyes of the world, this person is basically a native to the region, where Palestinians deserve to be forcibly kicked off their land to allow people like this to settle it, right? Because that is basically what can happen in Israel as this construct, and this is what birthright is actually for, getting people like her to feel just like totally okay with going over to Israel and making sort of content. But don't worry, here's the stuff that is absolutely sickening. Let's just imagine this for any other military. Let's imagine this type of video for like the Germans in the 1930s and 40s, and the Italians and the Spanish, and any horrible fascist army that has ever existed. Let's imagine there is some sort of like cutesy...
Enemy drone.
Okay.
Engaging.
5 EKIA.
Social media content about that, because that's what we're watching. There's two parts. I'm not sure I'll show you both of them back to back, but let's start watching them.
Come with me to Private Chef for 600 soldiers on an army base in Israel. I woke up at the crack of dawn and was going to make an exception to my no coffee rule before I realized no coffee shops were open yet. And then I traveled 2 hours from Tel Aviv toward Gaza and pulled over to the one of many shelters covered in bullet holes from the attacks on October 7th. With a very heavy heart, I drive a few more minutes down to the kibbutz Shuvachim, which is where I'm going to be cooking for 600 soldiers. I say hi to a food bay. I get my coffee fix for the day because it is about to be a very long day. Then I meet Dror, who is one of the most exceptional humans I have ever met. He started this kitchen out of nothing on October 8th. He has volunteered his time every single day since. Every single thing you saw there was donations, and then it is time to get cooking. I get started on gluten-free schnitzel and prepare all of the veggies. And yes, my Hebrew and Arabic both needed support.
We call it bijbaj.
I get started on my hours of prep and mise en place, and Dror has a very special surprise for me.
I was switching markers in this one.
Will the real Chef Bay please stand up, follow and like for part 2? Here is part 2 of private chefing on an army base for 600 soldiers in Israel.
Don't let him lie to you.
After cutting way too many onions, I get all of my mise en place and start on a fennel, potato, and celery salad, and I get turmeric all over myself.
No one saw that.
The IDF not only has Israelis, but Moroccans, Druze, and Arabs, so there was pressure when it came to my spice game. These soldiers also love their spice, so I added all of the peppers, and I could not find enough in it, so I'm using my apron and ran into a food bay. And yes, I'm using jarred garlic. Don't judge me. There were a lot of mouths to feed for my chickpea stew with
Fish balls.
I also made this delicious zucchini vegetable dish, and then all of my very hungry soldiers lined up from Gaza, and yes, I got in a Hummer. I couldn't help myself. And then it was time to serve the lunch, and there were hundreds of soldiers lining up for my delicious food, which they loved. This soldier was one of the cutest ones, so of course I personally fed him seconds, but there were other runners. After many hours of cooking, I went to take a break. Just for reference, this is how close I was to Gaza. Then I went to do dinner service and ended this in... soldiers gave me some high fives, so I think my food made the cut. We packed up more meals, and then I ended the day with falafel.
I think that really is some of the most sickening shit I've seen, and just like I've been saying throughout the video, some of the most dystopian shit I've seen coming out of this, you know, everything that's been going on, because the tone, the voice, the TikTok voice, the happy faces, the high fives, talking about the soldier being cute, and then the constantly referencing how close she is to Gaza. So this isn't like some office in Tel Aviv with IT grads or some shit like that, where it's so divorced from the conflict. Literally, these people have been doing war crimes. These people have been doing war crimes, and she's happy to post that on social media. And like I said, nothing is going to be done. Also, I do love that she throws in, oh yeah, there are some like non-Jews in the IDF as well. Like very small portion, by the way, like talking about Moroccans and Druze and stuff, which I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually told her to throw that in there, because it is stuff you sometimes hear when they try and do the gotcha of, oh, how is Israel like a Jewish supremacist state if we have some like non-Jews in the IDF, like black Hebrew Israelites as well sometimes. And if there was any justice in the world, she would be arrested immediately after coming back to the US for aiding crimes against humanity. You're literally giving soldiers the fuel to just carry out the worst atrocities, right? But what's going to happen? She's going to come back. Dumbass. She's going to continue to have celebrity clients. She's going to continue to have this TikTok presence. She's going to continue to have a normal life. She's going to continue to have like a very affluent lifestyle, and she will probably never show any remorse for what she's done. Directly aiding crimes against humanity by feeding the soldiers who are doing it while you can see Gaza, like you can see it, it's there. These soldiers are coming from there, and you have no issues. Like, you don't just go do this in your spare time because you believe in it ideologically. You post it all over social media in this like fun, cutesy TikTok style. And again, as I've been saying, it just perfectly encapsulates the difference between the Palestinians and Israeli society. But these TikToks to me just perfectly encapsulate Israeli society and just settler colonialism as a whole. Like, the horror of what it takes to build this society is so like not affecting the people doing it. Like, they're so used to this that they don't even bat an eye when they're feeding the soldiers carrying out this terrible stuff. It's like maybe, you know, people back in the day in America feeding soldiers taking over native land for America, right? And of course, lots of people back then didn't see anything wrong with it, just like how she doesn't see anything wrong with it. And the reality is everything we're seeing coming out of Gaza, done by people like this, who are being fed by influencers like this, and there is no justice in this world. These people do this and they broadcast themselves doing it, and nothing's gonna happen. Western governments support it. Our lovely Labour government supports everything that's going on. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump both support what's going on. Most powerful Western countries support it. And even Arab countries which have like massive populations against Israel, their elite are in bed with the US, so they don't actually want to do anything about this. So there are no consequences. We live in a world where there are no consequences for helping the worst crimes against humanity. And that's something people like me have known for a long, long time. I guess I just didn't want to live in an era where not only do people go and do this, they broadcast it on Instagram and TikTok and feel like that's okay. There's no shame. They're not even trying to hide it. They're just like, yeah, there's Gaza. Here's the soldiers committing crimes there. I'm just gonna feed them, and isn't it nice? He's cute, isn't he? The guy who just drove the bulldozer over someone's house, killing people inside. He's cute, isn't he? It's just like absolutely sickening. And at this point, like, what can you even say about this shit? Like, what can we even say? Because the one thing I want to end it on is I started writing a book. And I'm not promoting this because it's going to take me years to finish it. But it was originally inspired by just, you know, Gaza, Israel, and kind of like prompted by what was happening in 2021, you know, Israel attacking Gaza. And of course, if you know me, it's a cyberpunk thing as well. It's set in the future. And what's been hard about writing that with that inspiration is everything that comes out is just so dystopian. It's like, I couldn't even write it that way because it would feel like it was too much. But it's not, and that's the sick reality, isn't it? It's not too much. And it just keeps getting worse and worse. TikTok dances, thirst traps, podcasts, cooking influencers in Gaza on the Israeli side doing all this terrible stuff. And no one cares. Like, no one cares, and there's going to be no accountability for it. And it's just going to be entered into the historical record. And maybe one day in like 60 years, people will pretend like they didn't do this. And there'll just be like a few bitter people left, like people on the left around the world, and people in like pro-Palestinian countries who will remember this, but the world will have just moved on and won't care anymore. So that's a bit of a sad note to end on, but let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
If I had to sum up today's entire video in a single word, it would be understandable. People on TikTok are flirting with the idea of marrying each other solely for financial benefit, and I kind of understand where they're coming from. Lavender marriages have re-entered the chat, and if you're familiar with the term, it used to mean one thing, but Gen Z has sort of rediscovered the concept and they're embracing it in a completely different way, and it's raising some interesting questions like, what is a relationship? What does marriage even mean? And most importantly, will you marry me? But first, welcome. My name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of aerial matrimony, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's lecture, it's a small topic, but I think it's a really intriguing question. Would you marry somebody you didn't love just to make your life easier? It's a question I was seriously asking myself after I saw this article from Business Insider. For Gen Zers tired of dating, lavender marriages are looking more appealing. So I remember the term lavender marriage being used in a really specific context. Basically, before gay marriage was legalized, and moreover, before gay relationships were acceptable at all, some men and women would marry each other knowing full well that one of the partners was gay, and so it was a way to avoid the social stigma of being single or being out, etc. Wikipedia says the term is usually used to refer to 20th century celebrity marriages, primarily before World War II, when public attitudes made it impossible to acknowledge homosexuality, etc. Obviously, this isn't something anyone should have to do, but it makes sense within the framework at the time. And as Wikipedia says, although lavender marriages are typically associated with LGBTQ celebrities, people of all backgrounds have used them for protection and convenience. And so that's what this Business Insider article is getting into. For many people right now, the dating scene is rough, their families are far away, and housing is expensive. To share the load, some have become intrigued by the concept of lavender marriages, something that was once the preserve of the LGBT community. I'm gonna be real with you, the dating scene is rough, and housing is expensive have to be the understatement of the century. I don't know what's more impossible at this point. The idea that someone is supposed to afford a house on an average salary, or the idea that you're supposed to find a good partner via online dating. If you have managed either of these, more power to you, but I get where people are coming from. So the term lavender marriages has been appropriated by some Gen Zers who are tired of being broke, single, and lonely. Now, the article does a good job of pointing out this isn't exactly like a trend. It's unclear how many of these marriages are taking place, but at least on TikTok, it has captured the imagination of Zoomers. It's more of a conversation than anything. It's kind of like the man versus bear question, which, by the way, can I just say people who get mad at women for choosing the bear are really missing the forest for the trees, no pun intended. Personally, I would choose the bear over a person because why did you follow me into the forest? I feel like if I'm gonna die in the forest, which just sounds terrifying either way, I would rather at least be barefoot than, I don't know, have the whims of some crazy forest person. But anyways, Robbie Scott, a TikToker and musician, posted a video asking for applications for a lavender marriage because he wanted to live with someone to afford mortgage payments, utilities, and taxes.
This video right here is only for the girls, or like anyone who doesn't identify as a man. I am currently taking applications for a lavender marriage. I am not joking.
And the girls showed up with over 47,000 comments.
All you have to do is marry me so that I can afford to pay a mortgage, utilities, and taxes. That's it. You can mess around with whoever you want, whenever you want. I don't care. In fact, I encourage it. Have fun.
Honestly, Robbie wasn't asking for much, and I don't really feel like he was asking for anything unreasonable.
All I ask is that when that monthly payment comes due, You are showing up with your half. And all I ask is that you be on time with those payments because reliability is very important to me.
I wasted my marriage on love, but this is an idea. I have my half. I just want to be left alone and get a tax write-off, and we can bake treats and then make mood boards. Or as this person says, okay, like we need a lavender marriage app, not dating apps. And I have to agree, literally anything would be better than online dating at this point. All the tech bros out here trying to do their AI stuff that nobody asked for, do this instead. This is what people actually want. Here, I'll give you some free branding right now. You can call it like lavender. No vowels. It does kind of look like lander, but then that's great too, because you can land some great people. But yeah, at this point, at my big age of 26, this is 1,000 times more appealing to me than Tinder. And jokes aside, even though I am really, really not joking, this person says, why do I think this kind of arrangement is going to be more and more common as time goes on? And this is why I found this also fascinating. It's like an old thing cycling back as a less tragic version. Like you can love whoever you want to love, thankfully, legally. Any man could marry a man if he so chose, but you know, why sort through all of those when you could just speed it up a little bit? I don't know. It's kind of radical, but again, I'm picking up what he's laying down. And so were a lot of people in the comments. So Business Insider kind of points out that legally binding marriages have multiple benefits, not just dual income, because I mean, you don't have to get married to do that, but parental rights, healthcare coverage, tax breaks, inheritance rights, etc. They asked a gender and sexuality expert, and he said people can do it in case one or both partners don't have family or have gone no contact, and their lavender spouse becomes not only their best friend, but a legal family member. And honestly, a legal family member who has the same interests and goals is invaluable. But the article also points out it doesn't even always have to be that serious. The modern version of a lavender marriage could also simply be an agreement between two people to live their lives like a married couple without the sex. So we're now kind of talking about a different thing here, which is this idea of like an aromantic relationship, a union with commitment, love, and loyalty, and all of these can be not romantic. This can definitely be a choice, but for some people, it's not even a choice. They just straight up identify as aromantic or asexual. But what I feel like some people don't realize is just because you are aro or ace doesn't mean you have to be single or even want to be. And there are plenty of people who actually live exactly like this, where maybe sex is not part of their relationship or romance is not part of their relationship, but they're still in a relationship. I think relationships like that are so underrepresented in media to the point where it would probably confuse most people were they to see it. But again, it's very real. But I guess that's the sort of more committed version of a lavender marriage. It really can just be because at the end of the day, bills have to be paid. It's a way to ease financial stress while still being independent. The article then kind of presents relationships like this as an answer to a lack of physical touch. They ask relationship therapist Sophie Ruse, who says that could mean cuddling in front of a TV show or when reading a book, sleeping together and providing physical support and safety when needed. Just as in every marriage, you feel safe with the person. Even though no attraction is involved, you can gain much more from being physically close to your lavender married partner than being close to a friend or to a one-night stand. And that's how I know everybody's different, because that part, not for me. Nope. I am so very averse to being touched. I can't really tell you why. It's just me. But that's also why it's important to establish boundaries ahead of time. Cuddling together to watch Netflix is not what I would be doing in a lavender marriage, so to speak. But that's just me. That's what I would put in my application. This is why I find this topic so fun. You can put whatever you want in your application, because really this is about taking the rules of what you should or should not do and not applying them just slapdash to everybody who ever gets married, but rather saying, hey, a marriage can look like whatever it looks like, and it's only up to the people involved. Business Insider then says the conversation around lavender marriages hints at more serious societal issues. And it talks about how dating apps like Bumble are falling massively in valuation, possibly because Gen Zers are just totally done with this whole concept. The apps now miss the point of what made them fun in the first place, going after profits rather than real connections. Others are tired of modern dating culture with ghosting and catfishing, etc. I personally have always been a fan of reverse catfishing, where I take a picture where I look, I guess, kind of okay, and then I show up and it's like, wow, that picture did not do you justice. And I'm like, oh my God, really? I had no idea. Thank you. I'm crazy. Don't date me, please. Insider then talks to another creator, Cleopatra, who says what's appealing to her is the community aspect, where women can live without fear of being hurt or abused. I think the majority want change. This patriarchal lifestyle, these gender roles are becoming exhausting to say the least. The dating pool is certainly full of it, she says. I think this kind of brings up something that the article doesn't even get into, which is like, I don't really see why these have to be like hetero relationships. Who's to say two straight women can't just marry each other if they want to? Again, I know that is totally kind of flying in the face of the idea of marriage, but it is literally 2024. Anyway, the article reminds us that Gen Z is spending 31% more on housing costs compared to what millennials paid 10 years ago, which is great. And that's factoring in inflation. Insurance costs are peaking, spiking, and this is leading people to consider inflation ships, living in the same place and even sleeping in the same bed without having sex. Lavender marriages could just be furthering this trend. I will say this though, this is very much like not fixing the problem. It's a reaction to the problem. It's not anybody's fault that it's hard to afford things when you're a single young person. I mean, it's a lot of people's fault, but it's not single young people's fault. But fixing that, I think, would be a lot better in the long term than people having to unironically consider marrying each other for financial convenience. But in the interim, until we address that, which is never going to happen, I see where people are coming from. The article then kind of touches on downsides a little bit, challenges, as it says. It says, while people are more commonly discovering that they're aro or ace and just moving away from heteronormativity in general, emotional complexities can arise from such entanglements, adding that open communication about boundaries and feelings is vital for the arrangement to work. And I mean, on the one hand, yeah, that's true, but I couldn't really see it being more emotionally complex than a traditional marriage. Regardless of who is marrying whom and for why, y'all need to work out the boundaries ahead of time. The rules of a lavender marriage may be vague, meaning there could be potential for conflict later. Nah, nip it in the bud. Partners may disagree on what is or isn't allowed outside the relationship and have different ideas of what defines cheating. I feel like this doesn't even have to actually be a problem if you just write it down ahead of time. Again, for me and this perfect marriage I'm envisioning, there would be no way to cheat on me because we're not romantically involved at all. But if you're looking for maybe more than just actual tangible benefits, this is totally the kind of thing that you talk about beforehand. And that doesn't even have to apply to marriage. Now I'm just getting basic relationship advice that nobody asked for. Do you know how many people are like, oh yeah, it turns out they didn't want kids? Did y'all discuss this? Now, I'm not talking about some people lie and they say they want kids and then they don't, whatever. But I have literally witnessed in my real life some people avoid talking about the most important relationship things before diving head first into a relationship. And y'all, I can't. It can never be me. So yeah, be smart is what I would have written here. Relationships are hard. We know lavender marriages can have their own pitfalls, triggering jealousy and sadness if one partner starts feeling left out. It also kind of talks about what happens if your relationship changes, such as if one person decides to pursue a romantic relationship. What felt okay when talking things through before or at the beginning of the marriage might therefore later not feel okay at all. It's important to remember that no relationship, including a lavender marriage, is immune to heartache. And to that, I just say, let me have this, bro. Please, just let me have this. I don't think Gen Z is actually marrying each other without thinking about it. In fact, that was more so a problem before, when society made it seem like you had to marry somebody or you would actually die. But really, I have to reiterate, this is more so just a conversation. It's like a thought experiment. I think it's really easy to say like everyone should learn how to be single and love themselves. But I won't lie. Sometimes I wonder if this was all taken a little too far, because this general loneliness that seems to pervade everywhere, despite the fact that we're more connected than ever. I can't really blame anybody for fantasizing about ways out of it. And unfortunately, the economy is not a fantasy. But yeah, my ultimate verdict is I understand the financial perspective for sure. It's not what I'm looking for in the emotional department by any means, but it still makes sense. And it's interesting to see how ideas evolve with society's evolution. And so I guess I'll just kind of wrap it up by kicking the question to you. Is this something you would try? I don't mean like uproot your entire life as it is, but theoretically, is this something you're open to? And I guess what exactly would you be looking for out of it? Again, it all differs for every person, and I think that's why it's a great question. But that's my take on the situation. Dave's take is he's completely in favor of this, and actually, he is putting out applications of his own. So I guess the real question is, would you marry Dave? And I'm of course excited to hear your take. I mean, this is the part of the video where a layman would ask you to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment, but I will ask you to enroll, evaluate the video, and submit your feedback, because I am of course running a 100% completely, totally, all the way, okay, maybe not really, somewhat unaccredited university. Probably. Just ask anybody in the student body and they'll confirm it for you. We're totally legit. And as for me, whether you'll see me in 24 hours or 24 months is honestly anyone's guess, but until then, thanks for watching. The homework for today is to marry yourself. I wish that was possible. I would reap all the benefits, problem solved.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
around the middle of last month, I saw a Subway ad for quite possibly the most infuriating and confusing looking experience of all time. Jimmy Fallon's To Nightmares. Needless to say, less than 48 hours later, I had booked tickets for me and 4 of my friends to answer one simple question. What am I looking at? What is Jimmy Fallon doing here? What is a Tonightmare? Folks, I've spent the past month investigating this monstrosity from top to bottom. So today, those questions and many more will be answered as we dive into the questionable world of... Based on the fact that I'm making this video, it probably wouldn't surprise you to know that I'm not a very big fan of Jimmy Fallon. Generally, I have the same distaste for him that I do for James Corden. They both intoxicated themselves so heavily with their public image that their all-around persona has been inflated to an oversaturated and highly unrelatable level. More simply put, I think specifically modern-day Jimmy Fallon is super disingenuous in many areas of his work. And on one hand, you can't blame him. Did you guys know that Jimmy Fallon is 50? They've been having him play 30 for 20 years. I'd be tired too. But on the other hand, let's talk about hands, because from all angles, it seems like Jimmy barely touched this thing. Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares boasts an all-new haunted maze experience. So, it's a maze. Kind of. It is a 10 terrifying room immersive horror experience in the heart of Manhattan. Right, so like it looks very cool, but you're still kind of wondering, you know, what is this? I feel like the most confusing part about this is that it has Jimmy Fallon's name on it. Listen to this. As you venture through each meticulously crafted area, prepare to encounter an array of sinister characters. Each room is more horrifying than the last, with unnerving surprises lurking around every corner. And Jimmy Fallon's name was not mentioned once. Yeah, so you literally walk into Rockefeller Center, and it's Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares. Those looking to attend Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares will be met with a surprise when they see that the price of a single adult ticket is $40. But if you look at the FAQ, you'll learn a couple interesting things. For $40, you will be getting approximately a 10-minute experience. Guys, bang for your buck, am I right? Halloween costumes, masks, and face paint are prohibited. Guests wearing costumes will be turned away. It's Halloween!
I hope she plays Hot to Go. Oh, this is Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares.
Oh, please. No, please. The promo for this was interesting. It had a little bit of a run across social media. It seemed to also make some appearances on local networks like, you know, the Today Show, Good Morning, America. Fuck. But I mean, come on, guys. Who better to take on this experience than everyone's favorite people? Everyone's... I love these ladies.
Let's get the hell out of here. I just want to let you know that Tonightmares, the haunted house in New York City, is a real thing. So come check it out. September 20th through Halloween.
Yeah, you know you got a real killer product on your hands when you have to sit down in a promo and confirm its existence. The thing that pisses me off most about all of this is that from every angle, it just reads like a haunted house, a haunted experience, a Halloween event, and you just put Jimmy Fallon's name on it. It just really seems sloppy. It seems uninspired, and it just doesn't make sense to me. To me, that's all the more reason to go investigate it. I'm actually wildly excited to go check this out. It's gonna suck. All of this, and I still don't know what a Tonightmare is. You know, the more that I think about it, it really is just like a stupider version of the word nightmare. I guess it just like implies that it's like a nightmare that you're gonna have like just tonight. Folks, at this point, there was only one more thing to figure out. How were we going to film inside? I had to take into consideration the fact that this was probably going to be a pretty high security event. I mean, this thing literally takes place inside of Rockefeller Center, and it's $40 Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna get over it. We needed to be incredibly low key, and in order to do that, I spent more money. Meta Ray-Ban glasses. I wanted spy glasses. These seem the most reliable. Who cares? A police grade body camera because why not? It's just really funny. It also has night vision capability, which was kind of essential to seeing in the dark, you know, because this whole thing is in the dark. So good thing I got that. Throw in an iPhone and 5 weird men and you've got a full-fledged investigation team, baby. Oh wait, can I take photos or record the experience? Feel free to take photos and share them. Oh, at this point, there isn't much else you need to know other than how this experience went and how I felt after. Was I scared? Was I scammed? Let's find out. Now, despite however much my friends may or may not have wanted to do this, I paid for it. So we were gonna do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. So we went to Applebee's. But of course, we were walking through the most beautiful area in New York City, Midtown, baby. So on the way to the restaurant, we made sure to really integrate with society, you know, get their take on Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares.
You guys going to Jimmy Fallon's Tonightmares? Fuck. You guys going to fuck. Are you guys going to Tonightmares tonight? What? Tonightmares? Excuse me. Are you from around here? We're trying to figure out what the Tonightmares is. The Jimmy Fallon thing? The Jimmy Fallon Tonightmares? Yeah, we can't find it.
Holy shit, dude. I can't believe we're almost at Applebee's. I understand how this looks, okay? Why are we talking about Applebee's right now? Why should I keep watching this video? Because it's Applebee's. Now look, folks, if I go to an Applebee's, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna have the best time of my life. And I felt like it was appropriate, okay? We really needed to shoot the shit and goof the gaff before we got into the horrors of, once again, what is so scary about the inner workings of Jimmy Fallon's mind? Is that what we're even about to see? We're going to the Jimmy Fallon Tonightmares experience.
I hope so. Oh my god. Oh.
What's your problem?
I want more money and less work.
And what did you say?
I said this is a good sandwich.
There was one really crazy experience that happened at the Applebee's, though. You know, if you've ever been to a Times Square restaurant, someone will typically come around, ask if they can take a photo of you. They'll tell you it's free. And one of them is. Anyway, I thought it would be a fun idea if we incorporated the camera guy into our activities. So I asked if I could take a picture of him while he took a picture of us. Can we take a picture of you while you take a picture of us? Is that okay? No, we can't. Okay, never mind. And you know what? That's it. That's the end of it right then and there. You know, whatever. But we did have spy glasses.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Yeah. Great. Cool. Oh, yeah. Sure. Oh, yeah.
You say Tonightmares.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, we'll go around the table.
Yeah. You too. Great. Yeah.
How ironic is it that this guy wouldn't let us take one picture of him, yet he managed to capture every single angle of every single combination of people at that table?
Yeah, nice, man. Oh my God. Nice. You look swaggy.
Yo, tag us.
No, you too. Yeah, only if they're free.
Oh, by the way, I still haven't introduced you to the people at the table. My team, Seth, Josh, Dylan, Max. Those are the 4 people that I'm with. Who's your favorite? I don't know, like maybe you could pick one. What's important to know is that Josh and Seth are both very easily scared. So unfortunately, I can't trust either of them with a camera. That leaves Max, Dylan, and I to be the only people recording. I'm gonna be on glasses, Dylan's gonna be on iPhone, and my main man, Max, is gonna be wearing the body cam. He looks the most like a cop. What's going on, my fellow rent and housing market enthusiasts? Yes, you, the person watching the video right now, you are really into rent and you're really into the housing market. So because of that, you'll probably also be really into Built, the sponsor for today's video. Built is a loyalty program that lets you earn points on rent and around your neighborhood. And there's so much that you can do with Built. I had to pull myself far away to emphasize, you know.
Destroyed.
just how much you can do. Rent. Right, folks? Because the big question is why? Why am I paying this? Why am I paying this on a consistent basis? Well, now there's an answer to that question. Now we can earn points from that. Isn't that great? That's why Built is amazing. Not only do you get exclusive benefits with Built partners, but guys, your next trip, a workout class, a coffee, your next big purchase, these are all things that you can be working towards with Built points. By paying your rent. Guys, start getting something out of your rent payments and start earning points right now with Built by using the link in the description or the QR code on the screen. Hey, and make sure to use my URL, okay? Because they'll be nice to you if you use it. You know, I sent you. You're welcome. Now, despite us almost not making it on time, which we'll soon see really didn't matter.
Oh my God. What if we don't? Oh, fuck. We should have left so much sooner.
The location could not have been more literal. We went down an escalator into like an area of Rockefeller Center, and there we were being shoved into this line.
Guys, I'm freaking out. Oh my God. All right, try it again. I'm a little more scared. Okay. Guys, I'm freaking out. All right, try it again. A little more scared. Guys, I'm freaking out. I haven't been drinking. So what I'm really hoping to see tonight from Jimmy, specifically, really hoping to see a ghoulish version of Jimmy Fallon. If I don't see a version, like a dead or scary version of Jimmy Fallon, I feel like I can, you know, wholeheartedly say that this is a hashtag the panda. So I wasn't finished with my sentence. How many Jimmy Fallon references are there? Many. Okay. Yes! Can they take their picture?
We're buying it. We're buying the picture.
We need to. Who are those people? It's really funny. Most of these employees that we talked to while we were in line were either really hesitant to say too much, or they just straight up didn't like Jimmy Fallon.
You guys are gonna go in as your little unit?
What's your favorite Jimmy Fallon moment? That's a great question.
And what a wonderfully comfortable pre-show, you know? Just a bunch of people talking about how they don't really care about Jimmy Fallon.
How close are people gonna get to us?
There's this little waiting room when you step into the first area. It was like kind of like the holding room for each group to go through. Because remember, this is a maze. You didn't forget that part, did you? Part that just completely destroys the whole idea of it being a maze. Each group has a guide that brings them through the whole thing.
I gotta hold on to you, Max. I'm holding on to Max.
That creepy person that just jump scared me, their name was Taylor. And I will let you know that that was the only time I was jump scared the entire time, okay? All right? Look, I'm here to be critical. Taylor was just this creepy character that led us from room to room. So there wasn't really any, like, getting lost in a maze that would happen. It was essential for what we were being put through, but just, like, don't call it a maze, you know?
Are you guys still there? Jimmy! In my bed. Jimmy! My bed. Taylor knows the ins and outs of this place, and I think they might be the key to getting out of here alive.
Okay.
In the middle of the woods. You know what's even worse? Being in the middle of the woods while being hunted by aliens.
Cool.
So yeah, basically the lore is that it's Jimmy Fallon's nightmares. These are his nightmares, and apparently no one else's. And you'll notice pretty quickly that these nightmares, that these Jimmy Fallon nightmares are pretty generic.
I'm standing outside an old gas station in the middle of nowhere. I have a really, really bad feeling about this place.
Fucking sticky.
Taylor, you're doing so well.
I will say I do like the decor.
I don't know about you, but other than the fact that this whole thing is narrated by Jimmy, I'm not seeing not a lot of personality here. There was like one super niche Jimmy Fallon reference that Max was super obsessed with. He would not stop talking about hashtag the panda. Other than that, I mean, if you were to tell me that any of this was like Jimmy Fallon specific, I would say you're lying straight to my face. Oh, yeah, actually, I lied. Jimmy was in this one room. At least we think it was Jimmy. Maybe it was just like a mad scientist making a guy.
Right here.
Like, what a loose, broken concept. Like, the only decent jokes were jokes that they probably shouldn't be telling. Like, they made this joke at one point that one of Jimmy's biggest fears was, you know, NBC workers, because he has to pay them. I thought that was a little sus. Kind of a little bit weird for them to make that joke. According to Jimmy, in the lore, the scariest thing is AI.
I'm in a giant warehouse where they're building humanoid robots and pumping them full of artificial intelligence. I'd move if I were you.
It was literally just a room full of robots. Like, it was probably, if we're really gonna get down to it, it was probably the least scary part. The messiness and lack of concept is really what tore this apart. I mean, just so many times I was looking around in rooms and I was like, whoa, there's a ton of shit in there, but why am I here? To be fair, Josh was kind of glued to my back the entire time, so, you know, maybe I missed a couple things, but yeah, it doesn't change much. I don't know if you guys can really tell from this footage, but there is something to be said about the lack of size of these rooms. Like, yeah, there was a lot of set dressing and there were multiple rooms and you had Jimmy Fallon and, you know, voiceovers and lights and stuff. But really, when you think about what this is supposed to be, I feel like for what it was, this felt considerably low budget. Remember, guys, we're talking about a $40 10-minute experience. It really makes you continually wonder why Jimmy Fallon was involved with this in the first place. It feels like a cash grab. A lot of the reason that this is so interesting to me is because, you know, in terms of things that we know Jimmy Fallon does care about and typically puts a lot of work into, like, this seems like one of those things. However, can we really tell ourselves that Jimmy Fallon was responsible for sitting down in a writer's room and coming up with these prompts? And even if he did come up with these prompts, I mean, that should be another issue in itself. I mean, these are some of the most unoriginal prompts, some of the most bland prompts I've ever read.
Okay. Yo, I survived Jimmy. Look out, dude. Look. It says I survived Jimmy's nightmares.
Take it out.
It's hard to say whether or not I feel like I was really cheated on this, because I'll admit it, I mean, obviously I had a good time. I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, if you want to look at it from the most objective angle, it was an entertaining experience. It just didn't deliver on what it could have been, and that's what's so upsetting. Look, maybe you agree with me. Maybe you don't, but I'll tell you what, folks. I don't like these late night hosts. All of them. They all piss me off, okay? All right? It doesn't matter if they do good things or if they do bad things. All of them do bad things in some way or another. All of us do bad things. We're all human beings, okay? I'm gonna do a bad thing right now, actually. If you enjoy this experience and you want to see more things like this, please be sure to like and comment and subscribe and talk about your favorite Jimmy Fallon moment. Max really wants to know what your favorite Jimmy Fallon moment was. However, happy Halloween, folks, because that is all I have for you this time. But until next time.
Losing B. Take it Alpha. Take it C. Enemy UAV. Charlie secure.
Looked at
Bravo
what
locked.
Elon Musk had co-signed on his own social media platform, which is filled to the brim with Nazis, where a user on Twitter said Jews are getting their comeuppance after they did unrestricted immigration from the third world into the Western nations. Let's see what this new Trump ad is.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Take your Bravo underway.
I never thought I would see. Read about Samantha's one.
Wait, is this the ad that Felix was talking about when he said these are like definitely Christian women? Is this the ad that he was talking about? Felix was talking about this ad. He's like, they got like 3 Christian ladies to do like almost like an anti-Semitic voice.
Israel's under attack. Anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see. Read about Samantha's one. That's not spit on. Just walking at them. And that's scary. What about enemy watchdog? You know, Trump I never cared for. But at least he'll keep us safe. I never voted Republican in my life. But I am voting Trump. And then, I'm on your side.
Oh, that's awesome. That's sick. She said, yeah, too busy defending the squad. Oh, that's so sick. This is great ad, dude. Yeah. We're voting for the guy who was like, I love Adolf Hitler and I want my generals to be like Adolf Hitler, except not kill me or not try to kill me like Adolf Hitler's generals did. Dude, that has been the funniest saga with the Trump said he wants Adolf Hitler generals has been like watching Republicans try and defend that. Some of them are doing like the clean Vermont theory. Others are just simply saying he was blowing off steam. It's like a very funny situation. You just don't have to report it if you don't feel the need to, but they're still doing it. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff overall happening in the Republican Party. That's great. Sagar saying that Hitler had amazing generals. Yeah, so amazing. So amazing. Yeah. I just haven't really heard from Richie Torres or the ADL about Donald Trump saying he praises Hitler's generals and wants Hitlerian generals. It's just weird. They're too busy, I guess, coming after Frogan for saying that Sabra hummus is shit. Interesting. It's just interesting. I don't know. It just kind of seems to me like that is pretty fucking big in terms of like normalizing anti-Semitism. Like when you have two candidates. When you have two fucking candidates and one of them is like doing Hitlerian policy, saying he likes Adolf Hitler, repeating Adolf Hitler's own fucking terminology and words, like verbatim, saying immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation, and also simultaneously being like, I think Hitler's generals were great and they should be like, my generals should be like them. And last but not least, if I lose, Jews are responsible for it. Number 6, why won't you Jews vote for me? I gave you everything about Israel. All of this stuff Donald Trump has done. What's the ADL doing? The leading fucking group that is supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism, trying to take out Twitch streamers, deplatforming Twitch streamers. Kind of feels to me like they're not up to the task. I don't know. I wonder why the ADL doesn't go after Donald Trump. Perhaps, I don't know, Miriam Adelson giving Donald Trump $100 million so that Donald Trump will advocate to fucking annex the West Bank. That could have something to do with it because the ADL is significantly more interested in defending Israel, the Apartheid Defense League, than actually combating anti-Semitism. And the only reason why they act like they want to combat anti-Semitism is so that they can cynically use anti-Semitism as a deflection or as a shield to defend Israel's action. Trump praises Hitler. ADL remains silent. Did you know that 2 separate stories dropped this week in which former Trump officials said he praised and admired Hitler while in office during his first term? No, it's possible you didn't. It wasn't on the front page of major newspapers. It didn't warrant major cable news segments. The Anti-Defamation League didn't even consider it worthy of a response. To put a finer point on it, the Republican candidate for the presidential election taking place in less than 2 weeks openly praised Hitler, and it was met with a yawn. How do we get here? How is this happening? For background, The Atlantic published a story with details of a disturbing conversation. As his presidency drew to a close, and in the years since, he has become more and more interested in the advantages of dictatorship and the absolute control over the military it believes it would deliver. I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, Trump said in a private conversation in the White House, according to 2 people who heard him say this. And an interview with former Chief of Staff John Kelly, published by The Times on Tuesday evening, included this bit. Trump told him that Hitler did some good things. Mr. Kelly confirmed previous reports that on more than one occasion, Mr. Trump spoke positively of Adolf Hitler. He commented more than once that, you know, Hitler did some good things too, Mr. Kelly said. Mr. Trump told him. Mr. Kelly said that Mr. Trump had little appreciation for history. I think he's lacking in that, he said. But said he would still try to explain to Mr. Trump why those comments about Hitler were problematic. The ADL remains silent on Trump reportedly admiring Hitler right as it's revealed that the University of Michigan actively recruited Michigan Attorney General to inordinately punish pro-Palestine students, something Rashida Tlaib was loudly attacked by the ADL for criticizing. So, though the story failed to be a media priority, I figured the ADL, the country's most prominent Jewish nonprofit with a mission of combating anti-Semitism in all forms, would have something to say. Yet when I looked at their website, I saw nothing aside from an announcement of a concert against hate hosted by Ben Stiller and featuring Sia. The social media feed were similarly void of any reference to Trump and Hitler. So on Wednesday afternoon, I reached out with a brief synopsis of Trump's positive comments on Hitler and asked if the ADL had made a comment. More than 24 hours later, silence. I followed up Thursday morning and reached out via multiple social platforms to the organization and its CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt. Still nothing. The ADL's failure to address Trump praising Hitler isn't shocking, given their selective outrage in the past year about which Jews are worthy of defense and the fact that they honored Jared Kushner with an award earlier this year. Greenblatt issued a rare rebuke of Trump in September after the Republican candidate said, if I don't win this election, the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens. But other than that, Greenblatt has continually shown his willingness to kowtow to power, whether it be Trump or Elon Musk, and the current silence is galling. Remember when the ADL, again, the largest nonprofit in the United States that is tasked with anti-Semitism, looked at what Elon Musk had co-signed on his own social media platform, which is filled to the brim with Nazis, where a user on Twitter said Jews are getting their comeuppance after they did unrestricted immigration from the third world into the Western nations, Western civilization, in an effort to destroy it. Elon Musk's response to that, which, by the way, is one of the most common Nazi statements, like not a dog whistle, straight up Nazi sentiment. That is exactly the same kind of sentiment that led to crime on U.S. soil in recent memory. In the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting. The shooter, who was a Trump supporter, by the way, openly said that he was attacking this synagogue because he believed that the Great Replacement was real, something that, of course, Tucker Carlson and many other Republicans have said time and time again, the notion that, like, immigration is actually being used to undermine the white majority in this country, to make America less white. And also, it was being directed by Jews, okay? The idea that George Soros, this is the more permissible form of this anti-Semitism that people openly say on Fox News, is George Soros, who is Jewish, a Holocaust survivor, is the puppeteer behind unrestricted migration into the United States by black and brown people. Scary stuff. The synagogue shooter in Pittsburgh said those things, said exactly why he was doing this unimaginable. He said he went into that synagogue and shot the attendees, specifically because, and this was happening in the same time frame when there was another migrant caravan, if you remember. Okay, another migrant caravan coming into the United States, which Fox News kept reporting as George Soros's migrant caravan. He went into that synagogue and shot the attendees because he wanted to stop unrestricted immigration that he believed was caused by Jews. Okay, the reason why I brought all of this is because Elon Musk co-signed on that idea less than a year ago. But then the ADL went to Elon Musk and said, you can't say that. Elon Musk then said, my bad, what can I do? The ADL said, be pro-Israel publicly. Go to Israel. That's what happened. Elon Musk went to a Holocaust museum, and then he went to Israel, and then he talked about how bad, Hamas is, and yada, yada, yada. And then Jonathan Greenblatt came out and defended Elon Musk. This was so controversial that the former president of the ADL at the time was like, what the fuck are you doing? What the absolute fuck are you doing? This guy literally repeated and co-signed on one of the most dangerous anti-Semitic lies that you can agree to, and you're here defending him? So if you want to understand the Apartheid Defense League's priorities, look no further than that.
Hardpoint located.
Okay, that incident perfectly demonstrates what the ADL actually cares about. The ADL does not care about anti-Semitism. The ADL has changed the markers of anti-Semitism and has padded the fucking deck with like real incidents of anti-Semitism and what they claim are incidents of anti-Semitism. Like, for example, when someone graffitis "Free Palestine" on a fucking sidewalk. That is now logged as a real anti-Semitic incident in this country. Ridiculous. At a time when anti-Semitism is on the fucking rise, real anti-Semitism, not like someone said "Free Palestine" or was wearing a fucking keffiyeh. Okay? Real anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country. At a time when real anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country, to dilute anti-Semitism with like cynical weaponizations of what are in normal circumstances, according to the ADL, like 2 years ago, not considered anti-Semitic incidents is ridiculous. It's not only ridiculous, it's dangerous. It's especially dangerous in a country like the United States of America, where people already have that. Like, people are already primed to be anti-Semitic. Okay? If you conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, in an effort to silence critics of Israel, you are going to cause people, you are going to get people to lean more into anti-Semitism. Okay? People that don't understand this stuff because of their social conditioning, because of their lack of knowledge, lack of interest, are going to be like, well, it's a war, I guess Jews do control the media. That's inherent. That is anti-Semitic, okay? That is anti-Semitic beliefs that you are supposed to be combating.
Hardpoint is secure.
It's so crazy. It's very, very, very frustrating to experience this shit.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active.
Why fixate on the response of one nonprofit organization? Well, because the ADL, with Greenblatt as their public face, has positioned itself as the arbiter of what is and what is not anti-Semitic. Whether you're reading an article, it cites a figure about the number of anti-Semitic incidents in the country. That's likely a staff in the ADL's annual audit. In the wake of the October 7th attacks in Israel, they frequently conflated anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. So much so that Wikipedia editors voted in June to designate the organization as generally unreliable. A generally unreliable source on anti-Semitism, but they're still considered an authority on the wants and needs of American Jews. They're still utilized as the primary resource by mainstream media. This dangerous conflation has led to the unfair persecution of Jews against Israel's mass murder of Palestinians, including a Harvard student who was accused of anti-Semitism for posting protest posters ahead of Yom Kippur. There is no world in which this makes it safer to be Jewish. Greenblatt found the time in the past 2 days to tweet about his loathing for Jewish pro-Palestine students, but didn't have a moment to spare for the single most terrifying thing an American Jew could read, that the potential next president thinks Adolf Hitler was Jewish. It is so goddamn alarming. I do not know how to explain this to people. I feel like a lot of people are just like, they're done. They're like, no, I've already written you off. You're a Hamas sympathizer. You hate Israel. You hate Jews. You this, you that, okay? I believe the fucking cynical smears, despite your fucking endless coverage on all of these issues that I could easily, with one fucking Google search, find out for myself. I have chosen, instead of watching the actual fucking videos, watching your actual commentary on the matter, I've decided that it makes me feel much more comfortable to run with the assumption that you are an anti-Semitic rape denier, maybe even a Holocaust denier. Who knows? 1 whole year of this shit.
Hardpoint is active.
Scout pulse activated.
I'm a Muslim vote. I'm a Muslim whose friend group is made of 99% Jewish people, all of whom are pro-Palestine and got blacklisted from our local synagogue because of this. My friends are now more vulnerable because of this rhetoric, not less. It's terrifying. Yeah. Do you have any good arguments to try to counter the Jews control the world rhetoric that I hear from people falling into anti-Semitism? I really see my family falling more and more into it. Yes. The argument is simple. Jews are not a monolithic force, okay? They are not a monolithic force. They're your neighbors. They're your teachers. They're the guy driving the fucking Uber, okay? And just like every other group, they have a multitude of different wants and interests. They are not a singular force in this country that is, that is motivated by one thing and one thing only, no matter how hard mainstream media and defenders of Israel try to claim that that is the case, okay? If Jews controlled the world or the media or whatever, why the fuck would anti-Zionist Jews be getting arrested on college campuses? Like, how does that work? Are they God's chosen people or not? How does this work? This is the other side that is also very damaging. This is the other side of what's so damaging about like silencing anti-Zionist Jews deliberately or tokenizing them, calling them fake Jews or whatever the you're like, nah, it's monolithic actually. Yeah, the real question is if the Jews control the world, why has a Jew never been the most powerful person on the planet, aka United States president? Yeah, or a better question, there was a Jew who could have been that guy and they fucking destroyed him. Bernard fucking Sanders. Also, I keep forgetting that Jill Stein is Jewish too, but that's besides the point. Okay, but like, again, Bernard fucking Sanders, dude. Why is it that one of the most prominent anti-Israel critics in American Congress is not only Jewish himself, but literally lived in a kibbutz? Why?
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Yeah, remember this? Pro-Israel Super PAC. Pro-Israel Democratic Super PAC. Remember that in 2020? Takes aim at Bernie Sanders in Iowa. The Democratic majority for Israel. I remember covering this back in the day. I thought it was really funny because I was like, you guys don't understand. Americans are too stupid to think that like a Jewish person could ever be anti-Semitic. Like Americans don't work that way. Okay? Like this shit didn't work even a little bit. And it's entirely because Americans, like you cannot explain to someone in fucking Iowa that a Jewish person could possibly be anti-Semitic, which Bernie is not, obviously. But like, even if, and I'm not saying that like Jews can't be anti-Semitic. Of course they can be. I mean, fucking Rabbi Shmuley exists. Ben Shapiro exists, okay? Any Jewish person that keeps saying like, oh, you're a bad Jew, you're a capo, it's a fucking Jewish voice for peace activists are literally being anti-Semitic. Having said that, good luck explaining that to a white guy in Iowa, okay? Like they're just like, what? You're telling me this old Jew is anti-Semitic? Okay, shut the fuck up. Is what their response would be.
The most important thing is we have to
the damage that Trump and the Republican Congress has done. I doubted Bernie Sanders to beat Trump.
I like Bernie. I think he has great ideas. But Michigan, Pennsylvania, Iowa, they're just not going to vote for a socialist.
I do have some concerns about Bernie Sanders' health, considering the fact that he did have a heart attack.
I think it's very important that the Democrats.
This is the ad that they ran. DMFI and all of these other like pro-Israel groups are so funny because they rarely ever hit that on like the angle of like they rarely, these are all staffers by the way, yeah, they rarely ever fucking talk about like Israel because they know that that's not going to actually perform well. It's always some other shit. Oh, they're not electable. They didn't collaborate with Joe Biden hard enough. That's what they did with Jamal Bowman. That's what they did with Cory Bush. It's just like, because they know that if they were to go to fucking Missouri and be like, well, Cory Bush is like not the #1 defender of Israel, and that's really fucked up, most people will be like, okay, great.
Nominate somebody that can beat Trump.
I don't feel as though Bernie Sanders would do well against Donald Trump.
I just don't think Bernie can beat Trump.
DMFI. Anyway, remember the anti-Semitic shirt they have for Bernie? Official DNC gift shop gear. Wait, they what? I don't remember this. What the fuck? I don't think Bernie could have beaten I don't think Bernie could have beaten Donald Trump. Is such a silly thing. Bernie would have fucking gutted Donald Trump. Bernie would have eviscerated Donald Trump. Middle East war hits home in Michigan, threatening Slotkin in tight Senate race. Oh no. The Shahada, okay? Michael Rappaport is doing apology at gatekeeping, calling Trump Hitler. Wait, what is this? Zionists think the lesson of the Holocaust was the Nazis were uniquely evil and the Holocaust was a unique occurrence, when the actual lesson was fascism is extremely seductive and anyone can become a Nazi. Yeah. Let's hear what fucking, listen, there are Hitlers out there for those with eyes to see, okay? Michael Rappaport is a Hitlerian guy, okay? There is no other way to put it. He is Mr. Adolf himself, okay? So it's not shocking to me that he is going to be running some kind of fucking defense for Donald Trump's Hitler quotes. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump, pig Donald Trump, call him whatever you want. I've given you gem after gem for years.
Yeah, he's giving gems. Yeah, dude, you really did. You really gemmed it up, dude. Pig Donald Trump. That was brilliant when you came up with that. Thank you.
But stop with the Hitler shit. Stop with the Hitler shit. Do not refer to Hitler and the Holocaust, the actual greatest slaughter and actual genocide of the Jewish people ever, for attention and political.
Oh, by the way, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and that is the most anti-Semitic you will ever get me on, by serving all of the Hasanabi heads who are Jewish a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unless they subscribe. That's right. Not that it matters, but Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, you will get a 3-minute ad break. You will get it. It's 20 minutes in the hour. Yeah, I'm fucking up today. Okay, shut up. Also, ideology.shop if you would like to not use it. If you would like to use your dollars in a different direction, the new election collection is out today at ideology.shop. Please go there right now. Do you remember when AIPAC ousted a Jewish congressperson? Yes, of course. Andy Levin. Yeah, they did. Michigander in her district, both sides are unironically voting on who's more anti-China. The Republican ads are saying Elizabeth is flying in Chinese citizens to work in a Chinese factory. They both say they are taking Chinese money. That's awesome. Let's cop a couple t-shirts, gangy. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Anyway, let's finish this Michael Rappaport piece.
Gain. Stop it. That Nazi rally that took place in Madison Square Garden in 1939 was just that, an actual true blue Nazi rally. So are you saying?
Wait, what the fuck? Okay. So you're also cognizant of like Nazi movements in America too. So you understand the American capacity to be on board with Nazi agendas. Like what? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Like what is happening? Trump is having a Madison Square Garden rally tonight, by the way, which is, you know, not the last time there was a fucking Nazi rally at MSG. All right? Not the last time. Not the first time. Probably won't be the last. I'm just saying. That's right. Anytime the Celtics play there, it's the same principle, okay? Fucking got him. New York. It's not tonight. It's on Sunday. Yeah, today's the day of the Joseph Robinette Rogan. How the fuck should someone respond to this stuff as a Jew to family members who are pro-Trump because he's more pro-Israel? Holy moly, dude. There is such a target-rich environment to showcase Donald Trump's like explicit anti-Semitic sentiment, okay? Him being pro-Israel does not make you safe. You can literally tell your parents, hey, remember when he said Nazis that were saying Jews will not replace us were very fine people? Just start the conversation there, you know? That's a good avenue to start this discussion, this discourse. Like, anyone that thinks Donald Trump is good for Jews is fucking insane. I tried. They just say he doesn't mean it. That's crazy. I mean, they might be lost in the sauce, to be fair. Like that was just a starting point. Donald Trump has said unimaginable, unhinged shit, defended Nazis. Donald Trump literally fucking had dinner with a prominent neo-Nazi by the name of Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, who at the time was also praising Adolf Hitler. Okay? Like, what the fuck? Is not even the media comparing Trump to Hitler? Trump literally said he wanted Hitlerian generals. The fuck is... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep, they think Kamala is anti-Semitic for being Palestinian. Wait, what? They think Kamala Harris is Palestinian? Okay, well, your parents are hallucinating. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Sorry, they're fucking gone. At the time, as if Ye stopped. Oh, yeah, that's true. We don't even know. I just don't know what fucking Ye's new manic proposals look like.
Saying that anyone and everyone who shows up at Madison Square Garden for this upcoming Trump rally is a Nazi? That's a Nazi rally? Get the out of here. What kind of rallies are happening on the college campuses in New York City, in Union Square, where they're waving Hamas flags and kissing Yahya Sinwar photos? What kind of rallies are that? Do not mention the Holocaust.
I like that his underlying premise is that, like, you're minimizing the Holocaust if you say that a guy who was the president of the United States of America, whose opinions and ideology closely align with Nazi ideology, who has literally praised Adolf Hitler, okay, on multiple occasions, that is actually unacceptable. However, Hamas is Adolf Hitler. Like, dude, what are you saying? What are you saying? You just, like, what do you mean? Don't call Donald Trump a Nazi. You know who's a fucking Nazi? Yahya Sinwar. Like, what the fuck? They got Palestine flags that they're waving. That's like Nazi flags. Yeah, the real Madison Square Garden. Nazi rallies are happening at Columbia campus. It's called the Jewish Voice for Peace. Those are the real Nazi rallies. Those little they, them, non-binary English mages. They're the real Nazis. Don't you dare minimize the Holocaust by saying Donald Trump is like a Nazi, even though he keeps saying he is a Nazi. All right, don't you dare do that. Yes, in war. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Hitler to score political points when you ignore the greatest slaughter of Jews since the actual Holocaust.
Like, I like it. He's just so unaware. He's so unaware of what he's saying. He's just like, it's minimizing the Holocaust to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. It's not minimizing the Holocaust to compare Adolf Hitler to Yahya Sinwar. Like, Donald Trump is literally German, dog. His great-grandpappy probably fucking fought during the Nazi regime, and not on the good side, okay? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, yeah.
Which happened on October 7th. All this Hitler talk, all this Holocaust talk, with so little Holocaust studies in schools. Do not bring up Hitler and Nazis when there are 101 hostages. 101 hostages, and you say nothing about them. Cut the shit. Do not use Nazis and Hitler for your agenda when you haven't mentioned the 13 women that are still being held captive today while you're wearing your future is female t-shirt. It's disgusting. It's disrespectful to the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and to the real-time victims and survivors and the hostages of October 7th. Stop it.
Okay, I gotta say something here, by the way. I saw something here, and this is a direct shot across the bow to fucking Austin show. Look, I'm no big city lawyer, but the Vikings had a fantastic run this year, okay? So far. And then they posted this statement from the Minnesota Vikings on the 1-year anniversary of the reprehensible Hamas attacks on Israel. And ever since then, their run has stopped. I don't know what happened, but wait, who here watched me fucking talk about how the Lions were gonna fucking rip the Vikings defense on the Fear M podcast and shock the world and shocked Austin. Jets also 0-2 after they fired their Lebanese coach for wearing a small flag on his arm. Go after Will too. I know. Detroit till I die, motherfucker. Detroit Rock City, bitch. Anyway, let's move on.
Have you ever wanted to buy my cat? Well, too bad. You can't. She's not for sale. But for a limited time, you can purchase this ultra-realistic, perfectly proportioned, life-size replica of Bim Bim's tiny cat body. It's soft, it's cute, and you don't even have to feed it, unless you want to. But then it's gonna start pissing and shitting all over the place, and you're gonna have to clean it up. We also made this freak-ass hot dog figure that's trying to squish a tiny version of me. Why? Because I thought it would be funny. And I still think it is. You can order one or both or neither of these things at youtooz.com or by clicking the link in the description. What the hell, man? Don't sneak up on me like that. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge right now. Amanda and I just got done watching one of the most disturbing and viscerally unsettling movies I've seen in years. If you've watched anything in theaters lately, you're probably thinking, what, The Substance, Terrifier, Despicable Me 4? No, I love those little yellow freaks. And The Substance just made me hungry. The movie I'm talking about isn't in theaters right now. In fact, it never even was. It's called Timeless Love, and it was made by Hallmark Mystery, one of the subdivisions of Hallmark, like Family and Wines. Sorry, I know I'm already getting distracted, but did you know Hallmark made their own wines now? Because I sure didn't.
Hey, Hallmark fans, I'm Andrew Nelson, one of your winemakers behind Hallmark Channel Wines. These are real wines that we're crafting specific for Hallmark fans.
I like how right away they address the elephant in the room by insisting that it's real. Because I agree, it doesn't look real. It looks like an April Fool's Day joke they forgot to take off their website. But they exist, and they made them specifically for Hallmark fans, which I think just means people who will buy anything if the branding on it is even vaguely Christmas. I ordered the wine before. I ordered Jingle and Joy. But according to the order number they gave, said no, only ordered Jingle. Was hoping for a discount, nothing, didn't offer anything. If it wasn't a gift, I wouldn't be ordering Joy. I do not recommend this product. I couldn't find you. Went to Hallmark.com. You canceled my first wine order, and I still don't see a refund. I just reordered a bigger order in hopes you make it right. Yeah, that'll show them, Ron. Just keep giving them more money. They'll learn their lesson eventually.
We only have one wine tonight, ma'am. It's our specialty Hallmark sandwich.
Ooh, it's so good.
So the movie starts with what we soon find out is a dream sequence from the main character, Megan. It's a fantasy of hers that is so vivid, she wakes up from the coma she's in thinking it was real. She isn't married, she doesn't have kids, but she thinks she does because of her dream. And that's great and all, but my first takeaway was there's something about her husband that is a little distracting.
You should not be the one saying that to you.
Careful, or I will fall back asleep.
Oh, we can have that, can't we?
How do we put this? He's
very passionate.
He's very passionate.
We could just take a lazy day today.
I have 30 pages straight.
I'm taking control. Poetry session later this afternoon, but you don't hear me complaining, do you?
It's like Line Delivery is just so like...
It's very theatrical. The choices he made. We can't have that, can we?
Why don't you show me while I start cooking you breakfast?
Ooh, I want some.
If we can have the kind you can, sure.
What's the other kind? Homemade?
I'm not gonna make it from scratch, kids. No, I only like it when you make it from scratch. You make cinnamon rolls, not
I want cinnamon rolls. Okay, but...
We gotta drive to the mall.
What do you make for lunches?
I wake up. What you make for lunches?
All right, what do you want for lunches today?
I was already worried about lunch. The day just started. Now, I understand if they're packing lunches for school, but one of the first things he says is, should we just take a lazy day today, implying it's Saturday? So why are you making lunch immediately if you're all going to have a lazy day together?
Why are you so concerned?
You haven't even eaten your first meal, and you're already worried about your second meal.
Game of hide and go seek. Okay. Gotcha.
That's not a very good spot.
Yeah, a little hiding spot, you know? Right. The kiddos are actually being pretty quiet this time.
Hey, Thomas, do you know where the kids are? Isabel. Come on, you're gonna be late. To what?
Late for what? I thought they were taking a lazy day today. The whimsical music is an interesting choice here.
This is not like you shook a snow globe and now your dream's coming true. This is, your whole world is disappearing.
So Megan wakes up from her extremely long coma, a little disoriented, and everyone's very nice and understanding about it.
Where's Thomas? Who's Thomas? My husband.
Husband? Megan.
You're not married. You are not married, and you don't have any children. Whatever the family thinks you have, they don't exist.
Hey, we're glad you just woke up, but you're being crazy. Stop it.
Why would she think she's married or has children? The accident wouldn't make her think these things, would it?
The brain is a delicate thing. Okay, we don't understand it all.
End of sentence.
I love this doctor. How could this happen? He's like, honestly, anything can happen. Brains don't make any sense.
I expected her to be happy.
Instead, she's miserable.
Expected her to be happy.
She hasn't smiled once all day.
Yeah, you know, when you wake up from a coma, you're happy.
Ah, I'm awake. I get to go back to my job.
Honestly, from a medical standpoint, this is the best possible outcome.
The best possible outcome is she wakes up and thinks she has a husband.
The crash happened 2 months ago. So she got T-boned and she doesn't have a scratch on her?
Medically, that's best case scenario.
Steve. Oh, am I hurting you? No, I'm fine.
No, I don't have any bruises on my body. I'm fine. Physically, I'm totally fine. It's just up here, I got children.
Things should start getting back to normal now that she's home.
Considering the circumstances, everyone is very nonchalant about this. Just like, all right, why aren't you're home now? Be normal. She was asleep for 2 months. They thought she was gonna die. It's like, all right, she's been such a bummer.
Charlie. Do you realize she isn't the same person? Our daughter thinks she has a husband and children. You think a shrink's gonna fix that?
They're acting like she just had a breakup and she like moved back home.
And she just needs to get over it. It's been 1 hour since she woke up from her 2-month coma, and they're like, is she gonna be this way forever?
All right. So, do you remember this?
Of course.
But she's also funny because she's like annoyed when people question her. To them, she is making up this entire life. Imagine if you woke up from a coma and you were like, I had 2 wives and you had this, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. We go home and I'm like, do you remember this place? And you're like, oh yeah, I remember this place. I live here. It's like, okay, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where the line is.
So, how's it been? What? Being back.
What are you talking about? I don't know, being awake for the first time this year.
So you totally think you're married?
We're losing Charlie.
Yeah, it still sounds weird.
Get back to your usual activities, exercise, work.
Well, my work let me go because I was in a coma too long.
Tough break. Well, get a new job.
My job let me go because I was in a coma for too long.
Oh, get a new job.
No, he was like, wow, that sucks.
Okay, do you want to play that character? I got an accident so bad I fell sick for 2 months and they fired me because of my coma. I worked at the toilet paper factory.
Get a new job.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep you focused on something else while giving you perspective you might not get if you try to figure out what happened to her.
He's supposed to tell her what happened to her.
Yeah, let me know if you ever crack what's going on in your brain.
What have you thought about going back to? I'm working on it. Not my own job, though. I'm not going back to that.
I think I'm just going to go back in the coma. Things made sense there.
The receptionist job is a short term, but the owner did hint at something permanent. Here is the address. Be there tomorrow morning at 9.
Sniper, let's make moves.
Megan. Murphy.
My name's Amanda Murphy.
Well, which is it? Amanda or Murphy? I'm going to call you Murph.
So mostly, I just need you to schedule appointments for customers. When people call in, I'm sorry, are you all right?
I'm sorry, you just look so familiar.
I've been in a coma for 2 months. This is going to sound crazy. And you were my husband.
Very gotcha. Dr. P, can I help you? And you can bring in a couple changes of clothes, but we just need to keep an eye on the time so everyone has enough.
Secure.
Oh.
There's no way she gets to his first day and still has a job. She's being so weird. He's demonstrating to her how to do her job. He's answering the phone and she should be taking notes, and then instead she's like,
she takes a picture of
getting a flash photo of him.
Well, I have an appointment in about 10 minutes, so you need anything, photo policy, prices, payments, cancellation policies, anything like that, they are
They are all somewhere in this cupboard. It's like 3 things. He should probably tell her what the price is so she has information when people call.
In here.
You'll find it. There's like papers in there. Just scour through those.
You'll definitely get there.
Okay.
No way it's the same guy. I think
love him.
You know those edits people do of Ross from Friends where they take out the laugh track and it makes him seem schizophrenic? I feel like we could do that with this movie too. Take out the quirky orchestra music and change the color grading and suddenly you've got a psychological thriller.
Perfect execution.
And that would be so much more interesting to watch than this movie where nobody reacts to Megan the way that they should.
Megan Murphy. Natalie Gray. I'm Tommy's girlfriend.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Amanda? Evan? Thomas? Edward? Patrick? Brady? Junior?
What happened to my wife? My cat? My 5 handsome boys? They never existed at all. What do you mean, strange man? You've been in a coma for 7 years. Don't you remember? You got hit in the head with a frisbee, knocked you right out. Doctor said you've got the weakest skull they've ever seen. No, this can't be real. Unfortunately, it is real. And it never would have happened if you had a VPN. What? A virtual private network.
No, I know what a VPN is. I just don't see how that would have helped this situation. Well, you said I got hit by a frisbee? Yeah. Aren't VPNs for like cybersecurity?
Honestly, I don't really know, but I would love it if you'd explain it to me.
Fine, maybe I will tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. It seems like everywhere I go online, people are trying to get their filthy hands on my precious data. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. But what's great about NordVPN is not only the typical VPN features like data encryption and hiding your IP address on public Wi-Fi, but they also have something called Threat Protection Pro, which checks websites for viruses, scans files for malware, and even removes annoying ads from web pages. NordVPN also helps bridge the gap between you and the rest of the world by unlocking region-specific content. I'll give you an example. I was just on vacation in Italy with some friends, and we wanted to rent the Lizzie McGuire movie from YouTube one night, but the audio would have been in Italian because that's the country that we were in. Well, I guess our night's ruined, right? Wrong. We just used NordVPN to change our virtual location back to the States, allowing us to sit back and enjoy one of cinema's crowning achievements.
You flew all the way to Italy just to watch the Lizzie McGuire movie?
No, that was just one night.
Okay.
We did other stuff too.
We watched Ocean's 11.
NordVPN also has a dark web monitor that will alert you if any of the data associated with your email address gets leaked online. Things like passwords and phone numbers, and it works 24/7. So if you've been wanting to get a VPN, but you were just waiting for the right deal to come along, you're in luck because you can get a huge discount off a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months by going to nordvpn.com/gooden. That link is also in the description if you would rather just click on it instead of having to remember my last name. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video.
Thank you, kind young man, for explaining all that to me. As your reward, I will return your life back to the way it was.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Same time?
Yeah.
Same time?
Yeah, it's a job.
Look out with my boss. All right.
Same time tomorrow?
Same time tomorrow?
Yeah, 8 a.m. Uh-huh.
Temporary.
So he wants to fire her. Oh, I just gotta get through this 2 weeks. You're the boss.
I mean, she's competent enough. She's just weird.
I guess he can't fire her just for weird vibes.
Hi.
Morning. Wow, that's hot chocolate. It's my favorite kind. Extra creamer.
Extra creamer in hot
Took
chocolate?
one sip of hot chocolate. Oh yeah, there's extra cream in here.
Chat, let me know if you put creamer in your hot chocolate.
I just miss it. You know, the closeness that we had.
Which he can't really have with you when he has a girlfriend.
You know how the worst part of going to the vet is when you take your sick animal in and you're trying to talk to the vet, but they're just yapping with their friend about the guy that she likes.
Poor guy. Got his paw run over by his owner's bike.
Ouch. Thomas, he's my other half. Are you allowed to just sit and yap while she's like examining a dog?
She's like euthanizing the dog. The family's crying, and she's just like, I think he's the one.
Can I get out of the studio? Megan, could you make a favor? Hey, could you run in there and move that barrel just a little bit to the right?
He should be utilizing her.
Yeah, he shouldn't have hired a receptionist. He should have hired an assistant.
Photo assistant, yes. That would have probably made more sense.
This way?
Yeah, just a little bit.
That lighting is not good.
That lighting is so bad.
Good.
But you gotta get that barrel in frame. That's what really matters.
So, what happened?
What?
You just said you had the best day.
Oh, I just got a job I've been grooming myself for.
Grooming?
That's a crime.
I'll get to put together field studies to wherever I think will be beneficial. I'm hoping Tommy can come along for those, but...
Why do you call him Tommy?
What do you mean?
I just thought he went by Thomas.
Well, I've known him for a while, so it's a nickname between us.
That's such a funny question to ask.
If his legal name is Thomas, why you not call him Thomas? And your girlfriend? You call him something else.
That's a rude question.
Why the fuck do you call him that?
Hey, Dad.
Nice.
We're pulling ahead.
No.
Tissues and toilet paper.
His dry goods.
Come on, you're
Hi,
losing this
Megan.
fight.
The client, Mr. Claiborne, called. He's had a family emergency.
What?
His mother died or something. So anyway.
Okay, I should have known that his mother would die. I assumed when I saw the photo in his office that it was a memory. Well, sure, that's why we take pictures.
She's trying to explain the philosophy behind photos.
Photos are from the past.
They're memories that we keep on our desks at work.
They're just more vivid versions of what we think in our head.
Got it.
Hi, Dad. Do you need anything to eat?
Dad, snap out of it. Your wife died, what, 2 hours ago? Get over it. Everyone in this movie is so impatient with people going through stuff.
Really sorry for what you and your dad had to go through.
I know it's probably not my place, but I knew your mom was going to die. So if that helps you in any way.
You know, in many cultures, death is a celebration of life.
Now she's on some bullshit.
She's cool though. I want to go travel with her.
I'm way more interested in her as a person than these other two.
Hey, if you don't have any plans today, do you want to come to the aquarium?
The aquarium?
It's like a zoo, but it's just fish.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. Come on.
TACOM, commence watchdog helo mission.
A shark?
Yeah. Just swimming with all the regular fish, and it's not eating the fish.
I got in an accident recently, so it has been a bit of an adjustment.
She never even told about her accident. She rolled out of a coma and started this job. I guess you don't need to tell, but it's kind of a fun fact.
Oh, by the way, I was conked out for 2 months. I just got out of the hospital yesterday. And how does the phone work?
Your parents, they still around?
Yep. I have dinner with them every Sunday night, whether I like it or not. What about your parents?
Well, my mom just died last week.
And what about your parents?
Sorry, I've been talking so much about me. And what does your mom do for work?
Just give him time. He'll find his way.
I'm so sure about it.
You seem so sure about everything all the
It's
time.
like you know everything is going to happen for the next 4 months, and nothing past that.
Feels like, I don't know, feels like you know me.
Are you doubting your whole dream coma thing? A girlfriend doesn't matter if he's spending all his time with you.
Yeah, but I don't want to be that person.
What person?
The person who steals someone's boyfriend.
Well, is it really stealing if you know you belong together?
Now you're making me sound like a stalker.
A little bit.
Maybe she was obsessed with him before she got in
that
the
would be an
coma.
interesting twist. This same movie, but the twist is she was stalking this guy for months ahead of time, and that's how she knows all this. But she just thinks it was this quirky little dream she had.
I want this to have a twist so bad. I want it to start off as a Hallmark and then turn into like
that Netflix show, Kevin Can Fuck Himself, that just like hard cuts into a completely different directing style. That would be so interesting.
I want that.
But no.
It's this.
It's this.
You have any idea how much a good tripod costs?
Yeah, well, if it's so expensive, why don't you use it? Oh, just leave that. I'll get it in a second.
What is this? This was in your purse.
It's just some notes.
About me.
It's not what you think.
How do you know all that about me?
God, this would be such a perfect moment for the twist where she's actually been stalking him.
Yes.
And she made up the whole coma thing. She didn't even get in an accident. She was faking.
It's hard to explain.
Stop sniper. Let's make moves.
No, not at all.
Okay, well, then how do you know all this?
I know all this about you because we were married. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do.
There was definitely a way to ease into this conversation a little bit more like, okay, this sounds crazy. I was in a coma and I had the most vivid dreams. Just like we were married. Don't you remember? You're a creep.
Don't you see? Look, the color purple. It's your favorite color, but you lie and tell everybody that it's green. And football. You don't like watching any sport other than football. Your mom. I never met her because in my dream she was already gone, but that's how I knew that you missed her. And that has to mean something, right? That it has to.
Oh my God, this is insane.
There's no coming back from this.
Isabel and Dylan, they're
our children.
Well, I guess it was just a dream you had.
I feel like, what the fuck?
I think you need to leave now.
Archangel, perfect fire.
No way he's like, I don't know, maybe she was telling the truth. He's so underreacted to that information.
What's wrong?
I just realized I needed to be honest with myself. And I think I was just letting this keep going because it felt easier.
Maybe the timing's for the best. I got approval on a field study to China.
She's way cooler than him.
Yeah. Usually with a movie like this, they make that character more of a villain, more of an obvious like or something. But like, she's cool.
Yeah, she's cool.
The main character is the one with all the red flags.
I'll miss you.
No, you won't.
You're so much cooler than me.
Yeah, he doesn't need this dork.
What will you be doing?
Moving forward. Sure you want to sell Mom's car?
I don't need 2 cars.
That's a great response.
What a funny, blunt line at this point in the movie.
What are you writing then? Did you decide?
I'm actually working on 2 things.
She's sitting on the sink. It's so unsanitary. That's where they wash the dogs.
Pine Creek Farmhouse. I've been there.
And I miss it.
Sort of.
She confessed in the worst way possible. I'm not on her side anymore. She fucked up. She fumbled. But now, like, he's starting to have second thoughts.
So I was just going through the receptionist desk here, and I found something Megan Murphy left behind.
Oh, I can give her a call.
Is there an address I could send that to?
Let me look at what I have.
Sure, I'll give you her address. We do that
Sure.
here.
Yeah, we give away personal information all the time.
Do you think she imagined it all?
Yeah.
God
She was
damn, I
right.
love
Maybe we should have 3 hours long so they could really explore why she knew. There's like the love story, and then there's like the how the fuck did she know about?
Yeah.
How is she correct in all these like predictions?
And why is every fish in the same tank? I have a million questions.
Figure it out. Well, we don't know about each other.
There should be fireworks in the
Fish all like explode.
That's so crazy.
That's so weird for him to just accept it.
I love a good romance. I can't get behind him just falling in love with her.
If I met someone and it like really hit it off for a couple months, and then I find out they knew all this stuff about me, I would think they were a stalker.
Yes.
I would feel so weirded out. I would feel.
I bet a stalker wrote this movie.
Yeah.
This is a stalker's
No,
fantasy.
it's not stalking. I just had a dream where I learned all this stuff.
You know almost everything about me.
He likes it.
I think he's just so used to having a girlfriend who's too cool for him and genuinely does not give a shit about his life. A year later, they have a 5 and 6 year old. Why would they hang individual photos of each other and not? They don't have any together at this point.
I like it.
Nice job, Mrs. Claiborne.
Also, he just called her Mrs. Claiborne, so they're married. It's been 1 year they're married already.
And they don't have any wedding photos to hang up?
No, no, they got married and they only have the one photo he took of her at their first photo shoot together. Stupid movie.
This is perfect.
And how can they afford this house?
She works for him.
He makes a little bit of money and gives some of it to her, and they pool that together to buy this beautiful house. Hallmark makes pretty good movies, but what they make that's really good is their wine. So be sure to check out Hallmark Sandwich Wine. Go to hallmark.com. You're not going to find it there, but you'll find it eventually. Hallmarkwines.com.
Sandwich.
Welcome back to another week, another Sinister. I'm Bose. I am here with you on Fridays. Generally so. Sometimes our production schedule gets a little messed up because I am mentally ill, but you know, it happens and ultimately it comes out. You guys know I handpick these cases. I dive really deep into them. They have concepts and things in them that I find interesting and I want to dive into. I'm not just here to read you a timeline of events. I tried to get in a little bit deeper. So if you like my storytelling, if you're interested in the little tidbits that I add in, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hey, 5 stars on Spotify. You can watch it. Now, I'm taking my cozy Bose blanket, and we are going straight in. Vegas Bray grew up in a military community in San Diego. Her dad wasn't really involved. She was mostly just raised by her mother. But when she was 12 years old, her mother abandoned her. Vegas would also later go on to reveal that at 12 years old, she was also sexually assaulted. And when she told a teacher, the teacher didn't do anything. So often, children that are abused don't speak up, they don't know how, they don't know who to go to, and they're scared. So Vegas actually speaking up to an adult about this and identifying who the person was such a cry for help, also incredibly brave. This person essentially told her about the worst thing that ever happened to her. Didn't really happen, and I can't help you. Vegas may have never tried to ask her help again. You know, she doesn't have a mother or father figure in her life, and she's really just left alone with this rage, this violation, this betrayal, and it kind of just sits in her. Now, despite all of this, Vegas actually did really, really well in school. People said that she was very sweet, she was always on top of her schoolwork, she was generally a nice girl, and I could kind of see this. Like, as an adult, she kind of looks like a badass. I mean, she's always got her hair done, she's got, like, tattoos, but when I actually watched her interrogation, she is kind of sweet, kind of, you know, shy, like, just seems kind, almost. Vegas's friends from high school said that she was pretty, she was good looking, but they also described her as a good girl. Like, Vegas wasn't just a cool girl. They also said, like, oh yeah, she's like a goody-goody. I'm gonna insert a little tidbit about my own experience that might resonate with some of you guys and then also possibly connect to this story. But when people lose all of the structures in their life, their home, their mom, their dad, they feel like they're just floating and suspended in space. It can feel very chaotic, very confusing. So they sometimes will really cling to the structures that are built for them that seem solid. So for example, for me, when I was a kid and I felt scared and alone, I really liked to follow the rules because it was the only structure that I had. So sometimes I think that when people have some kind of extreme trauma like this, they can really excel in, you know, school and other things because they're like, okay, I like this. This gives me a place, this gives me a home, this gives me rules that I know to follow. And she really was an all-star student. So Vegas thrives in school and she thrives in these structures, but when she graduated in 2007, college wasn't exactly in the cards. So she did what a lot of her hometown people did, and she went to go work at the naval base. This makes sense. It's what a lot of local residents did, but also this is kind of where she came from. She grew up on the base, and also, once again, she knows those structures. Like, there's a sense of home in the military for her. So she ends up getting a job as a machinist. Her job was kind of doing some of the operating and then kind of just like setting up the parts for different things. But Vegas is getting older, and she's a pretty girl. Unfortunately, Vegas wasn't really good at this job. I mean, she was a little flirty to begin with, and she always got guys back in high school. She would always kind of flirt by like cutting guys' hair, not really dating, just kind of whatever. And now that she's working on the military base, there's a lot of guys around. So Vegas is not really doing her job well. And then also, like, you know, scoping out the co-workers, seeing what's going on. And she kind of starts to get away from that good girl attitude. There was also a guy that worked there, and his name was Victor Saucedo. Vegas and Victor had kind of met a little bit, but they didn't know each other. They didn't work nearby. She just probably thought he was a pretty good-looking guy. They talked a couple times, and that was that. But in 2010, she applies for an early discharge because she's ready to leave the military, and she's out. After she leaves the military, she doesn't really have any skills that translate well outside of the military, and so she ends up getting a job at a place called Little Darlings. This Little Darlings was in Lemon Grove, California, but some of you guys might know it as a popular strip club as well in Las Vegas. It's a chain. Vegas's job as a cocktail waitress is she's actually basically a liaison between the guys that come in and the dancers. I'm just telling you guys this right now. Sometimes the dancers will really befriend certain cocktail waitresses, or sometimes slip them a little bit of money, because when the girls come over to take the order, they kind of chat with the guys, you know, they talk a little, they want to get a tip too, but sometimes they might suggest a girl or say, oh, meet my friend so-and-so. So she's not dancing, but as a cocktail waitress, she's very involved in talking with these guys and, you know, making them like her. One day when she's working, this guy comes in. He's tall, about 6'1", he's kind of tan, he's got a shaved head, he's confident, he's attractive in the face. And Vegas remembers him from the naval base. It's Victor Salcedo. Lumi. One of my favorites. Listen, summer is not the only time that we get body odor. Whether it's hot or cold outside, you're gonna sweat unless you're protected. And Lumi gives you protection for up to 72 hours. Isn't that so cool? You ever have one of those days where you leave the house and you realize, oh my God, I forgot to put deodorant on? Well, did you use Lumi? And did you put it on yesterday? Guess what, girl? There's, of course, the regular clean scents, but now you can also choose from a couple of fall scents, like pumpkin spice latte, freshly picked apples, fresh coffee, and cinnamon. Very fall-like for you. Lumi's great. It was created by an OBGYN that just wanted a product that did more for people. And, I mean, the testimonies are insane. It's got thousands and thousands and thousands of reviews for people that love Lumi. And if you want to smell great, feel confident and protected, give it a shot. I like Lumi because they're ingredient conscious, but it actually also works. So if you guys want to try it out, you can actually start with the Lumi starter pack, and there's a little discount on top of it. The Lumi starter pack comes with solid stick deodorant, green tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice. Look, this guy, he was that, you know, a girl being a girl's girl, he was a guy's guy. He was for the bros, okay? And there were a lot of women that were vying for his attention, like girls that he was hooking up with, and they were coming over, and Victor would be like, all right, you can go now. That was just, you know, the MO. He's kind of a player. One of his friends said, Victor dated a lot of people. It was hard for somebody to keep his attention for too long. He would just get bored and move on. Now, on this day, Victor comes into the strip club, and he is looking for a new girl to talk to. And that is when Vegas Gray sees him again. Now, remember, her job is to kind of liaison. He is again. It's the guy from the Navy base. And, ooh, he's just as hot as she remembers. You know, she goes over, starts chatting with them, and they kind of really hit it off. Like, he liked her. She liked him. But also, Victor likes a lot of girls. Right now, Vegas feels special. And she wants to keep that feeling. After this meeting, they were off to the races. They started hanging out all the time. Them hanging out was actually pretty out of character for Victor. Normally, he invites a girl over. Maybe she comes over super late at night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, and then she's gone before the sun's even up. Most of the time, his roommates didn't get to meet many of these women, but Vegas was around. She and Victor really got along because they had this sarcastic, dark humor, and they could really like banter and bullshit with each other, and he genuinely enjoyed her company. And not only that, I mean, romantically, they really hit it off too. She was extremely attracted to Victor, and he thought she was beautiful. He thought she had a beautiful curvy body, beautiful face, just like all the right places. He could not get enough of Vegas. And then adding the personality on top, and then also add in Vegas's determination for this guy to like her. I mean, he's actually over the moon, and she's keeping his attention. A friend of Vegas's actually said later, quote, you know, they were always together. So I'm like, okay, this guy could really be the one for her. I mean, Victor's friends saw them getting along like crazy, like no other girl. They saw Victor happy. And then also Vegas's friends were seeing how close they were. Like, people were like, wow, they're like an item. Then Victor does something crazy, something he has never done before. In March of 2011, he officially made Vegas Bray his girlfriend. Victor don't ask no girls out. Victor is single. Victor don't want to be with nobody. This was like very shocking to people, even though they were very close and she was coming around and hanging out with all their friends. Like, he made it official, okay? And now they're together. I feel like there were some really beautiful parts of Victor and Vegas's relationship, but of course, there were also some really, really dark parts. Vegas was actually unable to control her jealousy. And not only did Victor have women hanging over him all the time, he also had a kid with his ex. It was a woman named Dominique. And who knows what all was going on behind the scenes leading up until March. But there's one day that they're at a cookout. Vegas, Victor, his brother's there, a bunch of other friends. And this is the moment where Victor's brother really sees it. They're sitting around the barbecue, having a good time, and then Dominique calls Victor. I mean, they have a kid together, so of course she's got to call him sometimes to do things, and Victor was really, really involved in his child's life. In fact, at one point, he wanted to move back to Chicago, but he stayed in San Diego because he couldn't be away from his kid. Dominique calls him up, blah, 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 you know, talking about their son. They don't have like a great relationship or anything. They're just talking about the kids. And afterwards, he gets off the phone and Vegas is stewing. I mean, they said it was like steam was coming out of her ears, and she's quiet for a minute, and then she just explodes into just a violent, jealous rage. And everybody saw it. It was so intense that it was almost kind of shocking, like, whoa, is she really gonna let us see her like this right now? I mean, she probably didn't want to, but Vegas couldn't control it. She could not control her anger. She could not control her jealousy. When she got triggered by something, it didn't matter who was around. It didn't matter what the situation was. She just absolutely snapped. This jealousy did not just involve his ex, Dominique. It involved every woman. Now, remember I told you that Victor always had women that were throwing themselves at him, always hanging around. Well, you know, he's got a few flings from the past that still like to check in. Vegas loses her mind. He's got women that, you know, see him at the gym or see him on the street and give him a look. Vegas loses her mind. Maybe there's a secretary at work that says, "Oh, Victor, you look nice today." Vegas loses her mind. She could not handle how many women were interested in Victor. I find this part really, really interesting because she is a person that is extremely jealous and extremely intimidated by any and every woman that approaches her man. Yet she chose a guy that had an ex-baby mama and also a guy that had a lot of girlfriends. I've kind of seen this before where sometimes girls like guys that get a lot of attention from women because unbeknownst to them, they want to beat out the other competition and prove that they are worth it. I don't know if this was exactly the case with Vegas, but if somebody sees Victor and sees, oh my God, all these girls want him. Well, if I can be the one, then I must be special. I must be something. I don't have my own self-esteem to draw from, so I need to beat the competition that I've created so that I can get to the top and feel like I'm the one. Now, it's interesting because she tried so hard to get Victor to date her, and finally he is. He has committed to her, and there's no record of him cheating. Quite frankly, with the stuff we're about to get into, I think he was scared to cheat, okay? I think he was terrified to cheat on Vegas. So by all accounts, he was loyal to her, not talking to anybody. There's no, records of her finding something on his phone or anything. She just couldn't even handle a woman looking at him. Yet, this is the man that she chose. Vegas is setting herself up for a world of pain, jealousy, and insecurity. Jealousy is a huge theme in this case, and I want to kind of add a little definition to two words. There's jealousy, and then there's envy. Envy is usually when somebody has something that you want. It could be a material possession, it could be a job, it could be, something like that. They have a thing that you want. Jealousy is when you have a relationship with another person and you believe that a third party is threatening your connection with that other person. So that is the difference between envy and jealousy. And in the case of jealousy here for Vegas, she believes that every woman is a threat to her bond with Victor. As a person that has dated attractive guys that, women come on to, and I've been jealous before, I get it. There's an element of disrespect from the person that's hitting on them, an element of disrespect for your partner from engaging in it. But then also for me, there's a lot of insecurity there when I feel jealousy because I'm like, oh my God, am I good enough? Are they better than me? Can they take you from me? Like, that is what jealousy feels like. It's like a hit to the ego sometimes. And it's like, stop. Wait, this hurts too much. Am I good enough? Vegas has this tendency to kind of split between the way that she wants to be presented and then this anger and rage and jealousy and insecurity that she can't control. So keeping that in mind, throughout the relationship, when Vegas was online, being her most present self, not triggered, conscious. She was really sweet. She was really doting with Victor. They had a very intense romantic and sexual connection. They got along well, you know, friends and family mingled well. But then sometimes there was this insane dark side from her. They would come out of nowhere. And it wasn't all the time. It was maybe only 10% of the relationship or 15%. But these moments were really scary for Victor. And then she would just switch back to normal. What I believe she doesn't know at this point is she is simply getting triggered. And the place in her mind that she is going back to is a child that is scared, lost, afraid to be abandoned, upset, and they have this rageful protector that is going to keep them from feeling like they are not good enough. Even though they're together, this is not good enough for Vegas. I mean, they come from the military. She wants to get married. She wants more commitment, more dedication, and more time with Victor. And the more she pulls in, and the more she gets closer, and the more she has these crazy outbursts, the more he kind of pulls back. But Victor stays in this cycle for quite a while. As he starts to pull back, this could have triggered some type of potential abandonment to Vegas. And when she senses it, she kind of ramps up. And so she starts sending him these rageful texts. Rather than her just kind of having the outburst in person and then switching back to, no, everything's fine now. I'm okay. I'm okay, and I love you, and I love you. Now she's texting this stuff. Like, we're going from 10% to like 20%. 30% of the craziness. And she'll send him these insane messages, spamming him, and then let me just see you, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then she starts switching to direct threats. Not just, I'm coming over there, I'm gonna do this. She starts to tell Victor that she's gonna fucking kill him. Now, Vegas stands at 5'2", and like I said, on the outside, she does kind of have a sweet demeanor. Victor is a guy in the Navy that works out all the time, and he's 6'1". When she starts to say, I'm gonna kill you, he tells people, but everyone just kind of laughs it off. I think at this point, Victor was starting to get scared because it all culminates into one night where Vegas went from sending rageful texts and showing up at his house to pulling a gun out. While she laid on his chest one night, she pulled out a gun and demanded her ultimatum. Whatever it was, Victor was not going for it. He broke up with her the next day and said, please, Vegas, this isn't working out. I don't want to see you anymore. It might be wild to you that it got to the point of her doing this back and forth and screaming at him, like threatening him, pulling out a gun on him. Like, how did we get to this point? How could somebody withstand all of that and not walk away? A lot of times if we come from chaotic homes and we have a parent that is not taking good care of us and our emotions, but they say, but I love you. We now take that as, okay, this is love. Somebody abusing me is love. Somebody manipulating me is love. Somebody neglecting me is love. Somebody creating intense emotions in me is love. So for Victor, he's getting these highs and lows that are extremely intense. This, wow, I love this woman, to wow, I'm terrified of this woman. And if it all gets wrapped up in a bundle of intensity and he came from a chaotic home that taught you, hey, intensity and abuse is love, he's gonna stick it out because this is what his brain believes is love. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if Vegas also believes that chaos, intensity, abuse, and everything is also love, because that's the environment that she came from. So I don't have much information about Victor's home life, but I just wanted to provide a little context for you guys listening, like, why didn't he leave? Why didn't he go? Well, he thought he loved her. And even though he was scared of her, she created a lot of strong emotions in him, whether they were positive or negative, and he just couldn't get away from it. On top of that, his woman is starting to scare him, and he doesn't want to make her upset. Of course, after he breaks up with her, for his own safety, things start to take a darker turn. It starts with Victor coming out from the mall and going to his car and seeing that his entire car has been keyed up. There's nobody around. It's broad daylight. He knows this was Vegas, but he can't prove it. Then on April 18th, Victor actually makes a 911 call because Vegas came to his house at 1 o'clock in the morning and she smeared peanut butter on his front door and windows. We don't have a transcript of the call, but we do know that on this call, Victor must have given enough information to let the sheriff's deputy know, hey, I know it's just peanut butter, but let me key you in on everything that's been happening leading up to this. Like, this chick is crazy. So they suggested to him, well, I mean, if nobody's there and you don't see anybody around, you can't prove that she did it. But if you have enough evidence, we suggest you get a restraining order. And they hung up. And that was it. It didn't stop there, though. Victor and Vegas were actually still slightly in contact around this time. And when she didn't get what she wanted through messages, she would show up and do more. Next, she started showing up to his house and throwing eggs on his car, on his windows.
Weaver authorizing watchdog kilo operations.
She starts to escalate. This time, she's no longer keying cars and throwing eggs everywhere. She slashes all of his tires. Victor is, honestly, I believe the man was terrified at this point, but what is he gonna say? Like, he's already told his friends what's going on, and they're like, whoa, she's nuts, this is bad. But nobody really thinks that anything is gonna happen to Victor. But he's still nervous, and he starts to take extra precautions. Sometimes Victor didn't even want to take his car anywhere because he was afraid she would follow him, she might key it again, she would know what he was doing. So sometimes he would like ask to borrow a friend's car just so he could feel safer. But then Vegas starts showing up to his house and just sitting outside. She would just sit on the curb and stare at his house. This was not just one time. Vegas probably knew that this was scary, so she started showing up more, just sitting outside of his house and watching, and sometimes circling, and then sometimes just sitting on the lawn, and then back on the curb. And everyone was seeing this. Remember, when Vegas is triggered, she doesn't care. She does not care who is seeing her bad behavior, who is seeing her just go completely off the rails. She wants what she wants, and she's gonna let you know how she feels. And so she starts showing up at his house, and eventually he's like, okay, I need to call the police again. And like, Victor doesn't want to keep calling the police because he's probably embarrassed. Like, he feels like he's a big guy, he shouldn't be scared. Here's this little girl walking around his house. Okay, she's throwing eggs, but like, this is escalating. I mean, the moment that she cut his tires, that means she walked up to his house with a knife, okay? So he calls the police again, and they basically tell him the same thing. Well, we can't prove the other stuff that she did, and if she's just sitting outside of the house and she's on the curb across the street, she's not hurting anybody, so we can't really do anything. And he hangs up. And that's that. As I'm telling this, I cannot imagine how scared Victor was and how he felt like nobody would help him. He's a big guy, so he's got to do it himself. Well, things kind of change one day where he walks outside and Vegas is there again. After this time that Vegas showed up at the house, he decided that it was time to move. But he stays in his apartment complex. Maybe it was for financial reasons. Maybe it was because his son was nearby and it was easy or something. But he gets out of there and he moves to a different one a little bit further away. So even though he's still in the same complex and his car is there, he's feeling a little bit of safety because finally Vegas is not sitting right outside of the apartment. Like, she might be in the complex like a couple streets down, but like, it would be terrifying knowing that your ex that you dated for like a month is just sitting outside waiting for you to come out. So he finally gets a little bit of peace. Until one day, a jar of jam comes crashing through his window. It is a symbol from Vegas that she knows where he is. She was full on stalking him at this point. Full on. Asking people in the neighborhood if they had seen Victor, if they knew anything, trying to talk to his roommates, looking for his car, watching where he was, just to see if she could find him. And eventually, she must have found him walking into the new apartment. And that's when she threw the jar of jelly through. I think the other thing that is like so scary about this is like that was her way of sending a message. Like, she's not calling him, she's not knocking on the door, she's not sending a text. Like, just him being peaceful in his apartment for once, and then this jar comes crashing through is a fucking moment, man. And this is when he calls the police again. And guess what? It's the same old story. Maybe you should file a restraining order, sir. Best of luck to you. At this point, he doesn't know what to do, and he considers moving back to Chicago. But like I told you guys earlier, he didn't because he wants to stay close to his son. I totally get that because being near your kid is so important. And there's also this feeling like, okay, I'm not gonna let this lady scare me away with eggs and keys and jars of jam. Like, no, I need to be here for my son. I'm not gonna be a deadbeat dad. Like, I'm sticking around and I'm gonna figure out what to do with this chick, no matter what. The issues persisted with them for weeks, but you know what? Some old habits die hard. Because in between Vegas's threats and rage and just general scariness, that sweetness would come through sometimes. That I miss you, what are we doing? I love you. Why are we doing this? Hey, let's just get breakfast like old times. Let's just do this. Hey, let me just come over. And Victor eventually gives in. There's a myriad of reasons why this could be. Maybe he had a sweet spot for her. Maybe he thought, okay, if I make peace with her and I give her the bare minimum, she'll move on. Or maybe he was so scared and so lonely and so abused by this woman that he got a little Stockholm syndrome from his abuser. I'm not sure. But whatever the case is, one evening she convinces him, hey, let's just go out for drinks and talk this all over. They end up having a couple of drinks and it is just right back to the same old energy. And they start hooking up again. Listen, if you are a cat owner, you know that you have to get in there every day and get that litter box clean. Otherwise, it's not going to smell great. What if I told you I haven't scooped cat litter in almost 2 years because I have a litter robot? A litter robot is the solution to all of your litter box problems. I genuinely love it. Like, you know, when you have a cat, you're scooping poop every day. You don't think anything of it. It's just a part of your routine. But then, when you don't have to do it anymore, it's like the world just opens up. Listen, I'll tell you right now, the litter robot, it is an investment. Jeez, it is one of my favorite things that I have ever purchased. It's a self-cleaning litter box for your cats that works seamlessly. One of my favorite things about it is I got one and then my friend got one just a few weeks ago. And for both of us, our cats started using it immediately. That was the thing that I was most nervous about. Am I gonna have to train Stanley on it? Is he gonna, is it gonna be difficult? Nope, I just used the same exact litter that I used in his previous cat litter box and he got into his litter robot on day one. I remember like it was yesterday. That is his litter box. He uses it all the time. It is incredibly safe. There's just kind of like a weight thing in there that detects how much litter is in there and if there's an animal in there, and if there's an animal or anything inside, it will not rotate for a set number of minutes. So your cats are always safe. Also, the way it's designed, it helps you use a little bit less litter. I swear I've probably bought like 2, 3, or 4 less like litter things this year alone. It's a product that makes my life easier and it's one that I really recommend. I understand there's an investment, but if you're interested, don't hesitate to check it out. Right now, Whisker is offering $75 off of litter robot bundles. And as a special offer to our listeners, you can get an additional $50 off when you go to stopscooping.com/sinister. Yes, use the link and get an additional $50 off. That's stopscooping.com/sinister. The key in the car, the peanut butter, all of that started happening around April. At this point in the timeline, we are in August. So just kind of through the summer, she's showing up, harassing him, sending all these crazy messages. And really what Vegas wants is she wants to get back with him. She wants to be back together with him. You gotta think about when he agrees to get these drinks with her, and Vegas is this is my chance. This is my chance to get him back. Like, bro, you know she was tiny dressed, makeup on, lotioned up, like fully shaved. She was like, this is my chance. So what I'm trying to say about this was she was laying it on thick. Like, through all of this harassment, all she wants is Victor back. This is a goal-oriented and targeted woman, and Victor is the prey. He has now been scared into submission, pushed out of his own home, and now he's being charmed and seduced by his abuser. And also in this story, I get it that Victor was a player and he was seeing all these women. A lot of us have been in the situation where a guy has screwed us over like this. But if you were in Vegas's situation and Victor didn't want to settle down and broke up with you and he's seen all these girls, wouldn't you just fucking leave? Like, wouldn't you leave? Let me ask you this. Even if you resonate with some of her anger and jealousy and all of that, at what point would you have stopped? Reminding you, because I know some of you do not have an empathy cap right now, but for those of you that have been in a similar situation as Vegas and you do, let's start to turn it down a little bit here. So they rekindle. They're back on. And Vegas decides, perfect. And she goes to his apartment complex and talks to the landlord and says, I would like to get an apartment here. Yes, that's right. After a night of drinks and maybe a hookup or two, she goes to the apartment complex that he lives in and tries to get a lease. And hold on, I'm so sorry, y'all. It's about to get crazier. The man has full-blown Stockholm syndrome because when she goes to him and says, hey, I'm gonna get a lease in your apartment complex since you won't let me move in with you, Victor says, okay. And she says, also, I need a little bit of help with it. And he's like, okay, what do you need? And she's like, I need you to co-sign for it. And he does. Dude, even if Victor is a person that is just being sucked into an abusive relationship through his past, you can't convince me there's not a little bit of Stockholm syndrome in here. I really hope that you guys are seeing here, like, Victor is a fucking victim, dude. He's a victim. I mean, of course, because he's the main person that we're focusing on in this story. But, like, through all of this man is being controlled by fear, sex, manipulation, and honestly, her just constantly pestering him. She won't give it up. Like, as I'm going through this, I'm scared of Vegas. So he agreed to be the co-signer on her apartment. But it's not time for her to move in yet. They're still hanging out. And Vegas wants to hang out all the time. She wants to be there every single night, if she can be. And every single night, she asks. So there's one night where she comes over, spends the night, they hook up. It's a magical night for her because remember, Victor is all she wants. This person is her sun, her moon, her star. Her entire world revolves on whether Victor likes her or not that day. So she begins to try to get this lease going around late August, early September. And they kept this thing going for about a month. Like, Vegas has her foot in the door and she's really playing nice. So when Vegas is playing nice for extended periods of time, she's keeping that rage down because she has it. They can't go out in public. If a woman looks at Victor, she goes off the deep end and embarrasses herself and him. So every night it's a constant game of, is Victor gonna let me come over tonight? Is he gonna hang out with me? Are we gonna do something? Only up to October 2012. So one night, Victor says, yeah, come on over. I mean, this is the only way that he can stop her from stalking him. And then the next morning, they wake up and she says, hey babe, let's go get some breakfast. Let's go, let's go eat together. And he says, nah, I don't want to do that. I got stuff to do. How long are you saying? And she's like, you can have sex with me, but you can't eat with me. And Victor is just not having it. He's just, hey, we had a night together. Like, let's move it along now. And this really upsets her. Now, it's unknown if Vegas did her usual and went to rage texting him and threatening him after she left the house. But what I do know is she went home and she thought about it for a while. And she thought about it while staring at her .38 caliber gun. The only thing that happened this morning was he said he didn't want to get breakfast with her. But for her, she said, well, are we together? Are we gonna be together? You should want to get breakfast with me if I'm your girl, right? So now she's feeling like she's just a hookup and like he's pulling away and she can feel it and it scares her. She ends up leaving him this frantic voicemail where she's like, please don't leave me, please don't leave me, please, 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 please. And Victor was not answering, not texting back. Like, rightfully so. Sometimes, even if you're okay with somebody, you don't want to honor this type of behavior, And so he just says, yo, leave me alone. This lack of communication fuels this fear of abandonment she has, and she cannot handle it. So now, enraged and feeling ignored, She shows up at his house, and she decides that she will not be ignored anymore, and she is going to take matters into her own hands. He opens the door, and Vegas is only at Victor's house for about 20 or 30 minutes. And then she ends up picking up the phone and calling her brother, Santiago. And she says to him, panicking, crying, she says, I love you so much. I'm so sorry. She talks about taking her own life, and she really sounds out of control. And then she says something very disturbing to Santiago. She says, I think I shot Victor. Her brother, who really cares about her, is also panicking now, and he tells her, please call 911. He talks her off of the ledge about harming himself, and he says, Vegas, I need you to call 911. Call them, and I'm here for you. So she does. She calls 911. She says on the phone to the operator that she needs someone over right away. She said, Miss, I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what happened, but he's not moving. He's not breathing. And then she also tells authorities that there's a gun next to him. So the police arrive on the scene. And when they arrive to the scene, they're expecting a possible suicide, maybe a gunshot, but it is a far more gruesome scene. Victor had been shot 9 times. Victor had 1 shot to his abdomen, 1 to his lower chest, 1 to his left shoulder, 1 to his right hand, 1 to his back, 1 in his right chest, 1 in his shoulder, and then he had 3 hollow point bullets in his face. These are the type of bullets that expand on impact when they enter the body. And while the police are seeing this man who has been riddled with bullet holes, and they're not saying anything and just kind of examining the crime scene, Vegas is off to the side saying, I just got here. He must have shot himself. I don't know what happened. I'm so upset. You, me, and the cops know Victor did not shoot himself 9 times. It's a ridiculous story. So they take her in. She voluntarily went to the police station, but, she starts talking and concocts this weird story. She says that she blacked out and she doesn't know what happened. Some details that she gave the investigators were very interesting. One, she says in this interrogation that Victor had actually unfriended her on Facebook this time. So that's probably why we got the voicemail, we got the panic, like it was about to be done. She also told the investigators that when she went to Victor's house, she blacked out and the only thing she remembers are her ears ringing. This is a key to the investigators because it means she probably fired the gun. That's why her ears were ringing. Also, this is the interrogation where she finally opens up about being sexually abused when she was 12 and somebody not believing her. At this point in this interrogation, when I saw it, I don't think that Vegas was using this as an excuse. I don't think that she was trying to just get sympathy by it. I think that she was trying to comprehend why this happened, and so she just mentioned something she never got to talk about. Next, she is on tape talking to police about how she has this other side of her. She says it's kind of like a superhero. She calls it Baby Bray, and Baby Bray protects her, but Baby Bray is really mean sometimes. And the officer asked her, are you saying that you have a second personality inside of you? And Vegas said, I was thinking another part of me did it. She did it. I mean, it had to have been her. To me, this is a woman that is just not in touch with her shadow. We all have this image of what we want to be and how we want to portray ourselves. But sometimes this shadow creeps out. It's our dark parts, it's our trauma, it's our unresolved trauma and our unresolved childhood pain. And it's almost like there's a little kid of you that was hurt at a certain age that sometimes comes online and that little kid is running the ship. I believe that for Vegas, there was a very hurt child inside of her that randomly would just take over and control the ship. But she sees these as 2 different people. These are not 2 different people. This is you. These are all parts of you. And that younger version of yourself needs to be taken care of. And those bad traits that they show, they want you to listen. Especially because a lot of times these little inner child versions of ourselves, they are screaming and doing bad things because they want the parent to listen. And bitch, you're the parent now. So if another version of you is stalking people, showing up at their house, sending them angry texts, threatening to kill them, then you need to do something with that inner child. This is not a split personality. It's you. To me, Vegas is fully responsible for this. And not only that, but the police go into her computer and they find some interesting things. A to-do list. And on the to-do list, it literally says, find Victor, kill Victor. And underneath that was her plan that lines up with what she told her brother, Santiago. Underneath it, says that she was going to kill herself. She also had a memo written on her phone that said, he was so full of shit and lies. I said I was because this dumbass no longer exists. Goodbye, Victor C. Saucedo, you stupid fucking ass bitch. That was like an actual note on her phone. There were multiple notes like this. Like she was sending him rage texts, but she was also writing rage notes on her phone. And all of these notes had dates on them that they were able to extract. A few days before the murder, on October 5th, Vegas also wrote a memo on her cell phone specifically saying that she was obsessed with killing Victor. She wrote that it was all she could think about. Obviously, this is all candy for the prosecution because the murder is premeditated. This is not a split thing. This is not just a crime of passion in the moment. It was a planned murder from a woman that would not stop stalking her ex because she wanted him to love her. I implore you, I implore everyone to seek love that loves you back. And not in a way that is just familiar to you, but in a way that makes you feel good and safe. That is not what either of them had. On October 16th, 2012, at 24 years old, Vegas Gray was taken in and charged with first-degree murder. Now, despite this confession and these notes, things were not looking too bad for Vegas in this trial. You know, they were setting her up to claim some type of mental illness. She actually did get a court diagnosis here, and it said that she had depression and PTSD. PTSD Nation that hasn't killed anybody, raise your hand. PTSD Nation that is working on it and trying to control things, like, we applaud you. I'm not taking depression and PTSD as an insanity plea. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, okay? But they dug into her a little bit. The media dug into her as well as her criminal defense attorneys. And it came up, you know, her only criminal record, she had a traffic violation in 2008. She had an arrest for theft in 2007 that she pled no contest to. No violent crime. Also, you know, when Vegas is in court, she once again has that kind of sweet demeanor. She can kind of sit there and wait, you know, hands crossed over, and she can speak kind of softly sometimes. And, you know, they are setting this up, okay? And remember, Victor is 6'1" and Vegas is 5'2". They are about to drag this man in the trial. She pleads not guilty to the charges. If she's convicted of first, she might serve 50 to life in prison. And so they are setting up for her to be, you know, this innocent girl, probably say Victor was a bad guy, he was doing all this stuff, and, you know, she just couldn't take it anymore. I mean, that's exactly what they're going to say in the trial. Leading up to the trial, you know, there was the arraignment, and the prosecutor actually said that this case was, quote, the ultimate act of obsession. So they're kind of laying their groundwork, but, you know, we're not in the trial yet until July 2013. But despite this image that they have curated for her, Vegas starts to have strange outbursts in the courtroom. Now, you remember I said that she doesn't care who's around or what's going on when she gets triggered? Well, there was a moment in the courtroom that somebody said something that upset her, and she yelled, "I'm not going down for something I don't remember. I'm not going down for a murder that didn't even happen. I didn't know. I'm not doing this. I'm not going down for something I didn't do. And if people can't tell the story straight, then this is probably why I'm here in the first place." Like, she's screaming this and like freaking out in the courtroom. And then there's another instance where somebody takes the stand that was a friend of Victor and of Vegas, and they are being questioned about Vegas's history of jealousy. And so this is one of the people that were like, oh yeah, she couldn't stand people looking at him. She couldn't stand when old flames texted him. She couldn't stand Dominique. And Vegas could not stand to listen to this. And remember, she's already had some courtroom outbursts before. We're on another day of the trial. And now while this witness is up on the stand, she gets so pissed and she stands up and she said, "I'm not jealous. I'm I'm not fucking jealous. I was never jealous. I was never jealous of those hoes. I never cared. I never cared. One, yes you were. And two, the jury is seeing all this. This is not lining up with what the defense had planned for her. Sweet girl that was battered by this guy. Like, her friends are like, please, Vegas, please, 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 just simmer down, sit down. Like, we got this. Nope. She can't control herself. Not even in the courtroom after she's murdered her ex-boyfriend. This girl is completely out of control. Also, reminder guys, I do believe that she's super triggered. I do believe that she has PTSD. I mean, this is just so textbook, you know? It is not our fault that something bad happened to us. But if the defense mechanisms that we create to get through that event start to hurt others and hurt ourselves, and it is obvious, it is now our responsibility to do something about it. I don't care if it's therapy, a self-help book, or just looking in the mirror and saying, damn, I shouldn't have sent that text, that was mean. We have a responsibility to take care of ourselves and the people we love. So yes, I do believe she was traumatized. I believe she was triggered, but fuck this. This is crazy. This is crazy. And you know who else was traumatized and triggered? Victor. Through all of this woman terrified him and then murdered him. Now, as the case became more public, there was a spotlight on the police negligence. The maternal grandmother of Victor's son, who is now 6 years old, she said the police didn't do a thing to help him. Now, this child has to grow up without a father in his life. This is the saddest thing when you wake up in the morning and you have to tell him that his daddy is never going to be picking him up again. Another indicator that Victor was really scared was when he tried to file a restraining order and he was told that he didn't have enough evidence. Instead, he got a life insurance policy. That is one of the saddest things I've heard in a case. This is somebody basically accepting that no one will help them and they might die, so let me take care of the people around me. At the trial, a lot of people spoke about their memories with Victor. Some of these that I thought were very cute. His ex-fiance said that he was someone that always liked to make people feel special. He always did it big. He was a super romantic, and he never missed a day. He was somebody that always remembered the anniversary. He remembered Mother's Day, anniversary, all that stuff. Like, Victor actually... Yo, y'all ever meet a guy that remembers the day and wants to get you flowers? Like, shit, I don't even want any flowers, but the bar is on the floor at this point, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I just think that's so sweet. His mom said that he was basically just like a big kid, except for the fact that his son was his entire world. All he cared about was his kid. And I mean, that's evident in that he was willing to take out a life insurance policy rather than just moving to Chicago to try to get away from her. Like, he was like, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna be here with my kid, and if something happens, I'm gonna take care of him. Oh my God, dude. So that original trial where she was having these outbursts, it was a competency trial. And guess what? They said, yeah, she's fit to stand trial. And so the real trial begins. Vegas's team tried to argue that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and it caused her to be in an altered state of consciousness when she shot Victor. Shut the fuck up. This makes me so mad. I have been triggered so bad before that, like, the room is spinning. Like, when you get super PTSD triggered, I know exactly what it's like. It's like everything is gray and it's like a heat map for like whatever you're fucking pissed about, okay? Like, picture that. When she got super upset with Victor, it was like everything was gray and there was just this heat map on them, and that's all she saw. That, you can fix that. You can fix that, and you know it's bad. I'm not taking, she was in an altered state. Like, how many of us watching this video have severe fucking PTSD? No. Yeah, sorry, where's my gavel? The PTSD community is rejecting this. Goodbye. And I know some of y'all are watching this right now like, but Bose, how could you say that? If I was in an altered state and I killed somebody or hurt somebody while I was triggered, would you not forgive me? No, bitch. I would send you to jail too. Especially if you was watching my videos and I told you to go work on that shit a minute ago and now you in jail. You know what? Run a sinister on this bitch. Sorry, this just gets me so heated because it's just ridiculous to me. It makes me so mad. They argued that, yeah, she was in control of some actions like driving and getting from place to place, but they tried to say this was a rage state. Either way, the jury did not buy it. And on November 15th, a jury convicted Vegas Bray